Hey, what's up, Sky Balcom here with Imagination Creation Films, and it's Friday. It's August 7th, and I think I'm actually live. I don't know. You never really know with these things because my internet is so fantastic. But yeah, it looks like I'm live. I just need to stop it here so that I don't take up all my internets. And we're just going to give this a shot here and just see if my internet is now back to normal, where I can have, guests on. I don't have any guests today. Well, I don't think I do. I might. You never know. But yeah, it's all about, hopefully the audio is good, right? It's in sync because I'm doing something different today. I am using OBS to drive my StreamYard, which allows me close-ups and overheads. Yay! So that's the goal here. So hopefully, hey there, boss. There we go. We got people in. Nice. Looking and sounding. There we go. Let me just, bing. Yay, we got these. Good to see you. Oh, Keith, hey, how are you? David, Nathaniel, Jeff, all you wonderful folks. So yeah, ready when you are. Hey, Grossman. Yeah, so Grossman is one. He wanted to do some live streams, and I'm like, I don't want to put you on because I can't trust my internet. So this is literally the test internet live stream, and if it's good, then I can bring Philip on, and then Philip is he's got some things to say. He's had the Komodo almost longer than anybody. Some delicious lemonade. And yeah, that's the Komodo. And that's a pretty big build for a Komodo. I like it with the little bitty lenses and the little batteries, but these batteries are over 4 hours. These are the 975s. I've got the classic red handle on top, and got the Sigma 18 to 35 on the front. This thing is a little beast. It is really cool. Yeah, Grossman's had his for 2 months. I've had mine for almost 2 weeks. Yeah, he's got a little bit of an edge on me here. How's everyone doing? It's been a while. It has been a while, and I really feel bad about it too. I mean, it's those hey Jeff, those live streams with the guests, I loved them and I disliked them. And I didn't dislike the guests. What I disliked was I had this history of the internet here failing that I was really kind of scared that I would get one of these big name people on here and my internet would go down. And that would be a huge embarrassment for them. And I mean, I'm more concerned with them than me, but I mean, I don't want to have an embarrassment either. So yeah, it was always kind of a scared moment. And then so like the last live guest that I had was Eric Kessler, and which was a great live stream, by the way. And during that, several times my internet cut out. I was uploading apparently fine, so he could hear me, but I couldn't hear him at all. So there were times, if you look at my face, you'll see me kind of going, and I'm just kind of doing faces because I don't know what he's saying. And I'm listening to the blips and bleeps and trying to piece together what he said. Yeah, it kind of stabilized. But after that, I told my wife, I said, I am not doing this until my internet gets better. And it was right after that live stream. I guess maybe an hour or two after that live stream, my internet went like completely down. It's hey, Ari, what's up? Ari. I think it's Ari. What's up, Buttercup? How you doing, man? Yeah, I need to hook up with you, actually. I need to bring this little guy out so you can have a little fun with it, but need to get that probe lens. So yeah, the internet went down, and then it was actually down. Like I couldn't even I couldn't surf YouTube. I was having to go out and drive 20 minutes to upload a video of any kind. And I had work to do. I had, uh-oh, what's going on here? Did I pause? Let's try this. What? Can't post comments to some destinations. Is it paused? What's going on here? There we go. There we go. I'm clicking the button. Hey, Simon. Calls me cute stuff. That's cute. RE is doing well. Ari, right. Okay. Well, I don't want to call you Airy. They call themselves Ari too, because I mean, you're a red guy, but you're also an Airy guy. I'm still here. Okay. Yeah, it was weird. I was clicking on the comments to try to get them to come up, and they wouldn't come up. So I'm a little gun shy right now of the it going down. In fact, I mean, 30 minutes before this, it actually went down for about 30 seconds. I'm assuming they're just fixing it, but I mean, right now my ping times look good. My upload speed seems really reasonable for out here, and my download is good. I mean, it looks like it's working. Wow, look at that. We got Jeff in here. What's up? Matt Weeks. What's up, buddy? True. We got Tommy Chase. What's up? Tommy, you're waiting for your name and your email to show up. Wow, I got a lot of people on the live stream. I'm not used to having this many people on live stream when it's just me. Ping time's good. It's good. That's what Timmy would say. So yeah, I mean, who's got questions about Komodo? I mean, I can talk about that. I mean, I can talk about everything that I've found so far. I can talk about what I like. I mean, there's not really a lot of things that I don't like. I mean, there's a few things that I don't like. I mean, they're kind of, minimal kind of stuff. As I'm still learning it, so it's interesting. So right off the bat, I'm going to remove the top handle so you guys can see, and then we will go to overhead camera. Hopefully the audio. Yep, the audio is still there. And the overhead camera is locked up. Well, that is fantastic. Thanks a lot, Sony. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I'll get it. There's a way to make it come back. It just has to. Come on, really? Oh, all right then. No, I know the problem. Yeah, I think it overheated. Well, this is going to be a fun live stream. I will use a different Sony in the future. So what did it do? It can't be the battery. Oh, it is the battery. Really? Well, all right. Let me just keep chatting here. I'm gonna grab another battery real fast because that's just silly. So, hey, have y'all noticed? I've got good audio, huh? Yeah. The hate force is out in full effect, going after me for y'all are gonna get to see my shorts, going after my clearly horrible audio on the unboxing video. But as I explained to a couple people, I'm not going to do the unboxing video twice. That's not classic Sony. That's not real. I'm an honest guy. My unboxing video is, it's me unboxing it, and it's my live reaction. And I don't feel like changing me. So there was a lot of people. I mean, the video is doing really well. Honestly, it's kind of funny. It's a great performing video, and it's horrible audio. So I have to endure the constant, and I mean constant. I had like 6 of them today. Of the look at that, yeah, ooh, yeah, that's looking good. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There we go. What y'all think of my shorts? You like that? Yeah, all right. So now we should have overhead camera. And we do! Yay, look at that! Woohoo! Point of the right one. Okay, let's see here. So let's see here. That's the problem. Okay. Going to follow in your footsteps, says Grossman. See? Oh, that's the problem. Okay. Okay, this is... Really? What's going on here? I can't click on comments. That's kind of disappointing. That is. I'll have to figure that one out. Let's see if I can get my brain up here. Let's see here. Hey, yeah, that was interesting. Hopefully we're still live. Wow. It says I'm not connected to the internet. Yeah, tell me if I'm connected. Of course, the battery. I can't post comments. It looks like I'm live. Let me play here. It works as well as my. Let's see here. I'm seeing and hearing you. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't post a comment. Oh, there it goes. Interesting. Yeah, my internet must be quirking out. So, yeah. Let me go through the comments here real quick. Philip says, I'm going to follow in your footsteps, heading across the U.S. for a 2-week drive, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota. That's going to be nice. It's really nice weather. Let's see. Comments working now, Jeff. Love that blue color. I do love that blue color. And it was kind of funny. It's not exactly the same blue, but gosh, it's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty close. And I actually had those because I like that color. And it's also that color is painted on my editing room upstairs. I did that like 3 years ago. I feel like you're checking my email. What tests have you done so far? So far I have done some low light stuff. I've done some slow motion stuff, and I've also tested because to me some of the best tests. Well, I've definitely tested the global shutter. Some of the best tests for me for cameras is how well you can get your subject and pull a sky, because every filmmaker is different, but I love a sexy sky. I mean, just when a sky is when it's pretty. I mean, when it's just golden in the background and you can see clouds and maybe a glimpse of the sun and you see your subject. I think that's just beautiful. Impressions on wireless and web control. Well, those are good things. We can go through those. Let's see here. You think they're going to add SDI over? I think they will. The way I understand it is it's very stripped down right now, specifically to get it stable and clean and able to work so that the base functions are there so everyone can get out, and then they're tweaking and going as they go. That's what I understand it. Thoughts on CFast versus Minimag? I mean, it works. I mean, this is something Jared said. Jared, when the whole supposed fiasco happened, which wasn't, Jared said, look, we'll do a different media type if you guys want, but just understand that the camera prices have to go up. in correlation because they have to recoup their costs. They have to make money. All of that has to happen. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Hello, Graham. How are you, sir? Any ice cream this week? It's not Sunday, so I guess, what are you planning for? There we go. Classic Sony, while your hands are so steady, didn't see any movement. Good one, Ari. Ari, dadgummit. See, I'm gonna mess it up. Sony, not the R5. Yeah, no, this is it wasn't overheating, it was the battery. That's these Sony ZV-1, and this is the little tiny batteries. And they last an hour, but I guess there wasn't enough power to keep it going. It seems like it's charging now, so we'll see. Clayton, hello, sir. RX100 variant for top down, basically on the battery. Yeah, it's ZV-1. Joey says, of course it's the battery, it's a Sony. Well, that's not true because the like the A7R3 here, those when they went to that new battery, which is the bigger battery, that thing is gold. That's kind of like the LP6E or E6, whatever it is from Canon. When they developed a good battery, they just stick with it. And God bless Canon for doing that because that battery is a workhorse. I have 15 of them. When the R5 ever gets stable and good, I'll probably end up buying one of those, and I have that. Says, I'm live. I'm seeing you live. Ari, I should paint my dragon the same blue. Just no, you cannot have it. No, it is a no-no. I told you. Do the bronze. I think that bronze is pretty cool. We hear you take down to like 1 frames a second. Really? Gosh, I hope not. Says, I've done a lot of light. I'm really liking it. Very good DR for daytime skies. Yeah. What I've noticed is at 3200 ISO, this camera is really clean. It's surprisingly good. I'm used to Dragon over here where I don't really push it past 1600 unless I'm really planning on doing some serious denoising. But at 3200, this is cleaner than this is at, I'd say, maybe 1280 or 1600. It's pretty clean. They're working on the SDI. Perfect. Yep. Brandon, hello. How are you, Brandon? Haven't seen you in a while. I wish you could drop some memes down there. I'm curious to know how the new Canon Camry that recently leaked will compare to Komodo. Looks awfully familiar. Well, it's not fair. It's not fair to say that it looks like Komodo because, I mean, Canon released, if you remember back, it was like 5 years ago, they released this block camera. It was very similar to Komodo. That was 4 million ISO. It was a 1080p camera, which everybody said, what, 1080p? But it did 4 million ISO, which at 4 million, it looked god-awful. But at 1 million, it was usable. And there was that Fox show, I forget what it was, but it was where they bought like all this acreage and they created a farm and they put all these people on it. And then they had like 600 cameras on it. And that Canon camera was all over the place there. So I don't think it's fair to say it looks familiar because the box cam has been around for a long time. But yeah, I get it. Kyle says, looking good. Hey, buddy, how's it going way up there in Europe? Should you buy a Komodo in 2020? My opinion is if it suits your purpose, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to buy a camera that doesn't meet your needs. I mean, if you're a photographer and you're not interested in shooting motion photography, then no, I don't think it fits your purpose. But if you're looking for a clean, small package that doesn't do a lot of high frame rates, so keep in mind its limitations. But I mean, this is a, let me see if I can, look at that. This is a tiny little package here. This thing is microscopic. Let's power this bad boy up. Let me center it so it looks pretty. Wish I could zoom in on that. Yeah, so you should absolutely consider Komodo. I mean, whether it's perfect fit, it's really up to you. But I mean, feel free to ask questions. I'm happy to answer them as we go here. How's the post stabilization on global? I haven't done that yet, Ollie. That is something that's on my list. I actually have a long notepad list You know what? I wish I could add. Can I add me in? I need to add me in. Let's see. Window capture. Let's just do this live. I mean, since I'm using OBS now for this, it's a little weird. Let's do video capture device. We're going to add existing, and we're going to add, oh gosh, what's it called? It is called HDMI capture. Boy, that's a tough one, isn't it? Let's add that real quick. HDMI capture, and we're going to pop that in, and then we're just going to drag this little guy, because I feel like y'all need to see me, don't you? Y'all need to see me. At least this way I can talk to the camera. But this should be in focus. Is it focus? I think so. There we go. Okay. So it's on my list of things to do. Well, okay. Let me get Ollie's question up. You know what? Let me put this to the top. There we go. So yeah, it's on my list of things to do. How do you plan on rigging the Komodo? Any vendors catching your eye with various accessories? So yes, my goal with Komodo is to make it the small and very, very fast and efficient version of my Dragon, which is now off camera. I don't want to build this thing large. I want to keep it as small as possible. I mean, I don't really like having this big Sigma lens on here either, because it's a big lens. I love like the Helios lens. It's been a lot of fun. I've been playing a lot with the nifty 50 1.4 from Canon, because autofocus. So I'm trying to keep it as small and compact as possible. So, I mean, the first one I'll say is these Timmy ribs. I don't think anybody has figured out how to make Timmy ribs better than GDU. So, I mean, Timmy ribs is a must. And then on the top, I have not seen a NATO rail that is this good yet. I have dreams, and this is, I mean, I saw something similar last night, so I don't think I'm going to develop it. I was going to try to develop it. So if anybody wants a free idea, what I was thinking of is, instead of doing a NATO rail on top, split the NATO rail in half and have a mount that mounts directly to the top of the Komodo. It's very thin. And these NATO rails could The NATO rails could slide in and out, and you just crank them down. And then at the end have our airy rosettes, so that you could hang handles off of here, but you'd be able to slide them out. Well, I mean, you'd be able to slide probably about that much. So you get about an inch on either side, but you know, that's good for just a little bit of adjustment. And I think that would be really cool. And then you get the NATO rail on top, which means you can slide over a handle on top, that kind of thing. So, I mean, this is what I'm running around with right now. Monitors. So I've been testing this guy right here. Review coming out shortly. This is the OC G7, and it's pretty good. I was wondering how it was going to be. I wasn't sure, because it is a relatively inexpensive monitor, but it's good. It's really bright. It's 3,000 nits. It's SDI and HDMI. You can load LUTs. It's got scopes. It's good. And I plan on mounting it up here. I mean, right now I'm using this little red mount to mount it like thusly. And then, I mean, that becomes a big build at that point. I've also been doing sliding that over, sliding the handle on, and then mounting it like this. It's a little offset, so it's hard to carry, but at least it's a handle to carry. And then we hook up the SDI on the back. I got to get a shorter SDI cable. And then we run this haphazardly to the end. And then we got it. We flip the switch on. Let's see if we can, there we go. Oops, it's going to be a little top heavy. Okay, so let me see what questions. Have you tested the continuous autofocus? Yes. And does it work well? It works quite well. No, well, you can't see that. Can't give you my passwords. Yeah, fortunately that was out of focus. Good. So this screen brightness is where's it at? I'm learning this thing. There's the zoom in. There it is. The backlight is set to 5. So, I mean, this is really bright at 10 compared to the Komodo monitor. But again, I'll be doing a full review on this here. Well, you should see it. There we go. In the next week. But it kind of surprised me how good this monitor was. I'm not saying that to be a negative statement. I'm saying that to be a, it's kind of like I knew how small Komodo was because I have a 3D printed one, which has now been moved off my desk. But it's, you don't really understand how small it is until you actually get it in your hands. If you're a doc shooter, this thing is great. Yes, that is true. Stream looks great. Thank you, Tyler. The question is, if you didn't get a stormtrooper. Oh, the question. Wait. Ask your question full. The question is, if you didn't, you can still get a stormtrooper. If you email the president of RED, they'll put you on the list. I mean, you'll be way down on the list, but as long as they can keep making cameras, they're going to keep making these stormtroopers. Grossman says, post-stabilization is awesome. I did some on my aerial stuff. I imagine if you set to like a 90-degree shutter and the global shutter on this, I really believe stabilization, Twixtor is probably going to really do some amazing stuff with this. The Jello is history. Thank God for that. Such a smart move putting RF mount on there. I agree. I wasn't a huge fan at first. I thought, wow, I don't understand the reason. And it didn't take long for me to understand the reason. Color, will you be able to get, will you be able to get a Komodo in 2020? I think so. As soon as we come out of lockdown, basically, I think they will start working on it because it's a supply chain, because they're literally building these by hand, and there's not very many people doing it. They're building like, I don't know, it's like a little over 100 a week or something in that neighborhood of Komodos. I mean, I've seen Stormtrooper serial numbers out there in the very, very high 400s now. And that should tell you that, I mean, these guys are, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say it's a thankless job because they really do get a lot of thanks, but I mean, it's hard work. And I mean, they're doing amazing stuff. I think if we come out of lockdown here, probably September, October, I think before the year is out, I think we'll be able to get the regular black Komodo. I did a video on the autofocus. So far works well. Yeah, it really does. It doesn't work on the Sigma. The Sigmas are not programmed in yet. I've done it on the 24-70, which is on the Dragon here. I've done it with the 70-200, and I've done it with the Nifty 50, and it tracks really, really well. Kyle says, things great here in Oslo. Spent my holiday reverse engineering the fixing things. Yeah, I saw your post. We're a small cinematography company. Komodo will suit our needs very well as we continue to move into high-end niche market. Really good image to work with. Yeah, it's really clean. And if y'all didn't see Tim Dow's video on dynamic range, go over to his YouTube channel, Tim Doust, and well, number one, subscribe because, well, it's Tim Doust. And number two, the dynamic range test he did was comparing it to Helium, Gemini, and Komodo, and that's a pretty good comparison. He also has a few other tests coming. Shh, Don't tell him. I think he's in here. Don't tell him I said anything. Helios, yes, 442 for the win. Yeah, a little radioactive. I haven't tested mine. I need to get a Geiger counter and find out. I'm stuck between an A7S III and Komodo. Well, those are two different ones, and I think honestly both are really good cameras. Having owned the two previous versions of the A7S, I can tell you it did not do what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to be a pretty good stills camera and also video. It was really good for video, but not so good for stills. Let me switch over here to my main cam. There we go. This is going to be choppy for some stupid reason. It will clean up. I don't know why it does that. Is it choppy? Yeah. Okay. It will clean up. We'll just. It's like I'm running at 8 frames a second. I watched it do it before. Let me switch it. Just switch here. See if that helps. Nope, that didn't help. It will. I spend all my time fixing my internets, fixing my problems. Okay, let's go from YUV to any. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why. OBS, I've always had a love-hate with OBS. So A7S III is interesting because it does a lot more video. It does it a lot better. They didn't fix the still section of it because it's still 12 megapixel, which I understand why. But I'll be interested to see how it does on night astrophotography because I like long exposure. Well, not too long. But when I did it at 10,000 ISO on the A7S II and did a time lapse, I was not happy with the results. In fact, it was quite bad. And then Ari says, yeah, I wouldn't want to build up the camera. Otherwise, I'd just shoot with the Gemini. Yeah, exactly. What monitors you consider using? Yeah, I just showed the OC. That is the one that, I mean, keep in mind the iPhone works exceptionally well. Let me connect it up here and I'll give you an idea. I just don't want to show passwords. Oh my. I'll leave that here. I got to make sure I point that elsewhere. Okay, we're connected there. Let's go over here to the RED control. And Mikel, I think it's Mikel. Yeah, he's done an amazing job with this app. I mean, amazing. Rescan. There we go. Connect me up. Connect me up, boy. Oh, let's turn that down. 800, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to switch over here to the overhead. And I want you to see this delay here. Well, maybe. You might get to see the delay. Let me see if I can move the camera. There we go. Let's tap that and go large. So it's not much of a delay. It's quite usable. I mean, that's probably not going to translate well, but I mean, and you can zoom in. This becomes a very nice monitor. I've been using this bracket, and you can screw it right in and then mount your iPhone right to the top. It is this going to make my choppy now? Nope, we're good there. Okay. It's surprisingly good. And then you have all the overhead control or all the well, let me show you. I switched off too fast. You have all the controls over the RED itself. So you can switch ISO, you can change white balance, you can change your quality. I mean, everything that you could do with full control, you can do with this, including click record. It's phenomenal. It really is. And we'll go back here. Sorry, bouncing all over the place here, trying to answer as many questions as I can before my internet craps out. Okay, we'll put that down over there. All right, so let's go to the next question. If anybody's interested in this this little adapter, and then I have a small rig ball adapter. I'll put a link in the show notes down below. Most of my lenses are already radioactive. That's true. Grossman's been in places. Let's see here. What do you think about the small HD Focus Pro for the Komodo? So the Focus Pro, that's 5-inch, right? So here's my thoughts, and here's my bias. So let me tell you the negative. Let me tell you the positive about the Komodo, and then the negative. And the negative, you'll understand my bias. So the positive is this screen is exceptionally usable. I mean, it's really usable. It's high res. It's fairly bright now in the sun. It's history. Someone needs to make a little view mirror for it or something. The negative is I'm old, so my close-up vision is not as good. I got to go get some new contacts. So pulling focus on this little screen is not great for me, and I'm all about nailing that focus because I don't do it as often as I'd like. So in that case, that's why a 7-inch on-screen monitor is really going to do it for me. The small HD is fine. There's a lot of people that like it. Supposed to have some extra tweaks coming with it. But for now, I mean, small HD makes fine monitors, and it's a tiny monitor. I'm just not into the 5s. So those Air Jordans come with the Komodo? No, they do not. I've owned those for a little while now. The white one is cool. Yep. Just got my confirmation. My Komodo is shipping. What accessories would you most recommend? Well, it depends on how you want to rig it. But I can tell you, just go ahead and pick up a set of Timmy ribs. Timmy ribs, again, there's no better. And then on the top here, I was which you can't see, these comments. I've got the comment. What? How do I make the? Let's see, settings. Oh, oops. Let's see here. Brand. Default. Let's do minimal. There we go. There we go. Now we're back to normal. So on the top here, I have the small rig, and this is I think it's the 100 millimeter. I'll put a link down below as well. I would recommend that. And if you're going to buy any of this stuff, I mean, please, use my Amazon link because I love you. Using the Amazon link down below. Just click on them and then just do your shopping, please. I mean, no big deal. I had projects. So again, Timmy ribs, some type of handle. I'm actually really partial right now to the GDU Derringers, which are little tiny. Oh, let's do this. They're little tiny handle. The GDU Cowboy handles, there's smaller versions of them, and they go right on the side. Really kind of partial to that, although I do like the mini ones because they go out a little bit. So, I mean, it's really about how you want to shoot it, how big you want to build it. Because I've seen some really big builds, because wooden camera has a battery plate on the back. You can put a V-mount, which is nice. I'm looking forward to a compact V-mount that goes into these slots because, like the G7, you can run with the Sony battery on the back, but I don't want to run a battery up here. I don't want a top-heavy thing. I want to run everything off of like a V-mount, which you can't do on this. There's not enough power on these Canons to provide that, but, that's where I'm going with it. So hopefully that answered that. Which do you prefer, 5 or 7-inch? Well, Tommy, I just said that one. I'm blind. Wireless. Yes, wireless works really well. I just demoed that. Frosty Flake. Hey, Scott, I will write because I'm ready to start doing the VR rig for Yellowstone Trails project. Yes, right, Jared. Let Jared know what you're doing. Tell him how many you want. Also tell him Scott says hi. And I mean, we'll see what he can do for you. Because you want quite a few of them. Let's see here. Robert says, I know I'm thinking about possibly getting the black one as well later down the line. How about you? Yeah, black is cool. Black is going to be a little cheaper. And black you'll be able to buy at any of the dealers as well. Thanks, Philip. Yep, Philip. And then I'll tell Elon to hurry up with Starlink. Yes, please do. Tell Elon Scotty needs Starlink. Richard says, I have the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 6K. Do you feel investing in a Komodo is an upgrade, dynamic range-wise, and global shutter is sweet? Yes. So the dynamic range on this, I have not done a full test, but I have compared it to my Dragon. I've also seen the dynamic range tests that Tim Dowse did, and I'm going to say that the Komodo is probably right around one stop less DR than Dragon, Helium, Gemini, all those. And those are between 16 and a half. So this is a 15 stop camera, or pretty close. I mean, again, it's not scientific, so it's really hard for me you can't nail me on that. Well, you could. I mean, people do it in the comment section anyway. Yeah, how's about that audio on that unboxing? Yeah, pretty sweet, huh? So do I feel like it's an upgrade? So it is a completely different camera, understand. This does better RAW than Blackmagic. It's also real RAW. Blackmagic is not real RAW. They are stripping bits. When you're stripping bits, you're not getting real RAW. You're getting almost RAW. So you need to understand that. Also, the Blackmagic is right around 13 stops advertised, and I think it's testing somewhere around 11.9, I think. So, I mean, I think this is a better camera because of global shutter. Someone keeps saying it, and I have to repeat it because it's a good line. Why global shutter isn't the most important thing on anybody's list as to why this camera should be what you buy. It is true. Global shutter is huge. And until you get to play with it, you'll remember what it's like, and you'll be, oh, yes, I recall. Yeah. So I think it is. Does the app work well enough to pull focus off? Yes, it does. It's not going to be for super critical, fast motion, pulling focus, but I was there doing it with skateboarders, and I was not having any trouble keeping up. I think it's like 2 frames off. It's not much. I've hit or miss sometimes with Wi-Fi, super choppy connection. Yeah, it depends on where you're at and what Wi-Fi channel you're on. Because if you're in a city, you could certainly you could run into a lot of issues with that. That is true. It says, that's awesome. Thank you. You're welcome. Robert says, Jeff Higgins, same. It happened to me once or twice, but it's so rare. It is. And it was doing it to me when I was at the skate park, and I switched channels. The app is great. It's a game changer. Yes, 100 millimeters, says Philip. RF Lenser is not supported. Whoops. RF Lenser is not supported yet. When it finally gets supported, it will support IS. I'm assuming it supports EFIS. Yeah, I think so too as well. And people are asking, hey, can you guys work on a few of the RF lenses? And the way I would describe that, and I could be wrong here, but this is kind of, with a little bit of background in development and IT world, I'm going to assume it's like modules. So they have an EF focus module, the software that they've written, and in there, then they map out all the lenses. I'm assuming they have an RF module as well. I'm not sure that they've spent all the time to get the RF module running yet. So it's not a question of just adding a lens to the supported lenses. I think they would have to spend time working on it. I'm guessing they're trying to prioritize the most important and critical things for everyone who's using it right now. And honestly, RF lenses are kind of new, so there's not that many of them out there. Yes, we all want them because they're so much smaller. Is it easy to navigate on the menus yeah, let's do that real quick. Menus are pretty easy. I would love to zoom in on this if I can. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try that again. Let's see if we can. So, I mean, menu, you can menu it, image LUT, and then you can go down here to 3D LUT, and you can enable a LUT. Boom. You can load LUTs right off your media. It's piece of cake. Menu goes back. and then select goes forward. This is your play. This is your up and downs. It's also touchscreen, so you can do whatever you want. It's very iPhone-ish. I mean, not exactly the same. Changing aperture on it, pretty easy. I realize you can't exactly see it too well right here because Sony, but you get it. Yeah, I mean it's fairly easy. Let's see. Richard says, thank you. Dynamic range, also huge. Yes, it is. Abel says, wow, I'm very humbled for everyone that's on this live stream. Thank you. I'm used to getting a lot of people on here with guests, but this is the first time I've had this many people with just me. Let's see here. Thanks, Philip. Yep. Uh-oh. Are we bleeping the internet again? What's going on? That's interesting. It must have. Okay, there we go. Yeah, same Wi-Fi in downtown Chicago can be. Yeah, sure it can. Oh, Joey. Yeah. I did not recognize you at first. Joey, that was a beautiful video you did, man. Really, really inspiring. I studied it for a little bit. I was like, yeah, I love the way you made that flow. That video was in and out, in and out. It's beautiful, man. Good work. Also, subways. How can you not love elevated trains? I've got a love for downtown Chicago because of that purpose. Ryan says, I have an Atomos Ninja 5 and wondering if the external recording would be better than Komodo. No, because Komodo, you get RAW. You get 16-bit red code. There's no one that has red code external. Red code is a vastly superior compressed RAW. And it's RAW, just compressed. It's all the bits, 16-bit, or yeah, I think, yeah, 16-bit. I mean, I don't know the true technical insides, but I know what the patent says. Swappable OLPFs, no. It is, from what I understand, this is the skin tone highlight, which is quite honestly the most beautiful OLPF on all these cameras, but you sacrificed a little bit of low light with the skin tone. But it was always my favorite on DSMC1. I use the standard on here because I like that low light. What I will say is there's plenty of low light in this camera already. Also, huge plus. Any of you who've used the low light or the standard's not so bad. Skin tone doesn't really have it. But if you point at the sun and you get those red or magenta orbs that float, that are patterned in the image, because you have the reflection that comes off the OLPF and the sensor and the lens, that's not here. There's no more orbs. The orbs are gone. So history. When do you think will be available to buy? You can buy one right now. You just need to send an email to the president of RED. That better not be a wasp. Send an email to the president of RED. Tell him you would like to be put on the Stormtrooper list. They will add you to the bottom of the list. It is a very, very long list, but they're cranking out these cameras exceptionally fast, and you could get one before the others. And then when they're complete with the list, as I understand it, when they've completed everybody on the list, and I'm not going to speculate. I kind of know a number, so it's a lot. There's a lot of Komodos on that list. Once they're done with the list, then they will make Stormtroopers for resellers to sell. And then once the lockdown, everything happens and supply chain can get back, then they're going to build the regular ones. How would you compare the Komodo to the Ursa Mini G2? I've heard the rolling shutter is comparable to film on the G2. Okay, there is no comparison between rolling shutter and global shutter.
My apologies. I couldn't hear what.
Wow, that's really rude. There we go. Turned her off. Let me be clear about this. Now, first, let me say the Ursa Mini G2 is a beautiful camera. I really like the image. It has really nice dynamic range. It's very usable. But the Ursa Mini G2 has rolling shutter, period. You can play gimmicks, you can put filters, you can do algorithms and change things, which, by the way, if you're doing that, how could it be raw? But I digress. It's rolling shutter. It will always jello. Now, they can read it off faster. And if you read it off faster, you get less jello, you get less of the lines as you're doing a fast pan. But it's there. It is not a global shutter. This global shutter. Go back and find my Facebook post and my Instagram post. I did a whip pan at night, and you can see all the lampposts in there. They're perfectly vertical streaks. They are perfect. There's no jello, nothing. So can you compare the rolling shutter and the global shutter? No. Unless you don't mind rolling shutter, then you could compare the camera on its merits. But to compare rolling shutter versus global, there is no comparison. Global absolutely rules every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Frosty says, I really enjoy your live streams. Thank you, Frosty. I enjoy you coming by. Thank you for all the precision. My little Komodo traveled to Belgium at the moment. Excellent. Excellent. Happy for you, man. That's awesome. Cheers, Scott. Appreciate it. More to come. Drag myself out of bed at 5 a.m. to shoot the sunrise for you all. Nice. All my sunrises and sunsets have been cloudless. I have been watching. I've got the app. Y'all have that app? What's it called? I love this app. Photo. It's called My Sunset. It's Android and on iPhone, but it basically looks at all the weather, it looks at the radar, it looks at the clouds, and it looks at your GPS coordinates, and it calculates how likely a beautiful sunset's going to be for you. So that's partly cloudy, basically. Download that app. It's awesome. Did you get the beautiful sunrise? I can't wait for time-lapse mode in this. I love some slower frame rates. Have you noticed IR pollution? I have not noticed any, but I will be honest, I haven't been looking that in depth for that. So I have not put it in a position where I would expect to see it blatantly. So let me test that. I'll add that to my list. Do I have those murder hornets? Yeah, we've had them forever. They've been here for like 10 years. Jeff Fagan says mic drop. I'm assuming that's a global shutter mic drop. Oops, missed you, Peter. What about the color? I've heard that you have to switch from Rec 709 to get no. So here's the thing. Yes, you have to switch, and it's something, I don't know if it's Red or Premiere. It's only Premiere. But let me explain how to do color in Premiere with a Komodo. And I will say that Tim Doust explained this to me, so I'm passing it along to you. I didn't invent this. What you have to do is in Camera Raw, go over and set it to Red Wide Gamut and 3G10. It's going to be set to Rec 709. Just set it to that. Then go and add an adjustment layer at the very top, the topmost track of your video so that you can work under it, but at the very top. In that adjustment layer, add a Lumetri. Then in the Lumetri, on the input LUT, go and download the IPP2 LUT pack from, not the creative LUT pack, but those are cool too, but the IPP2 configuration pack from red.com. Only get it from there. And that has basically the medium, high, and low contrast with the 4 different roll-offs for highlights. So in the input LUT on Lumetri, on the top track, on the adjustment layer, add in whichever IPP2 you want. So if you want high contrast, medium roll-off, add that. Then leave it alone. Add any coloring you want to do below that on new adjustment layers. You will have the look correctly. Everything will be mapped right, and you'll be properly editing color in the full bit depth. So there's the trick there. And thank you, Tim Doust, for sharing that with me. Do we know if they're using a CMOS sensor? I don't know, and I'm going to bet they're not going to tell us. My gut tells me that they are, and that they figured out how to read it so fast that you get global shutter. Besides rolling shutter, how does the Komodo compare to the Ursa G2? Yeah, I've said that. I think your dynamic range is fairly comparable. I'm not a huge fan of how Blackmagic does the highlights. I had the Ursa Mini Force 6 before the Pro, but it was basically the same sensor, not the refined one that the G2 has. And I just did not like the highlights. I've seen some G2 footage that's really beautiful. I'm just not a huge fan of the way it feels funny in the highlights down towards the midtones. And I don't know if I could quantify that, but it was enough for me to say it didn't do anything for me, and I sold my Ursa Mini. Where did I go? Yeah, okay, so that's the G2. I mean, they're two different cameras. This is a very, very, very small camera. The Ursa Mini is not. The Ursa Mini can do high frame rates. This cannot. This has global shutter. The Ursa Mini does not. This has an RF lens. The Ursa Mini does not. I don't think they're going to have one. I'm pretty sure they don't. This shoots RAW. The Ursa Mini shoots pseudo RAW. Keep that in mind. I cannot stress that enough. It's not RAW. It has RAW features, but it's not RAW. This has Wi-Fi and RED control on your phone. Ursa Mini does not. Ursa Mini has a lot of Pro I/O adaptions or ports and such. This does not. So, I mean, there really are two different cameras. This is quiet. This thing is quiet. Much. I got to put it back up here. I keep forgetting. You guys can't see it there. Well, you can't see it there anyway. It's much. I mean, you just don't hear it. You really don't. The handle footage of Komodo is not too shaky. Still, so it can get shaky on you. Yeah. It doesn't weigh anything. So, I mean, when you have this configuration weighs. When you put the smaller batteries, which are right here. So these are the 955s, and these are the 975s, I believe they are. So you can see the depth difference. So on here, you can see it. Well, you can kind of see it. It shortens it up quite a bit. So you put a small lens on the front. You put these on here. This camera is now super lightweight, and yeah, you're going to shake with it. It's not something you can easily avoid. So yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of handheld, mostly because I shake. So yeah. Thanks for doing these. Well, thank you, Joe. Also, I got to point it out. If you would like, feel free to drop a super chat. You can drop a super chat down there and spread some love. Use my Amazon links, PayPal, all that good stuff. Joey says, hell yeah, on the sunrise and plus on the time. Yeah, I wanted, I send Jared a little note every once in a while, just like nudge, nudge, nudge. It's coming. How does it compare to Gemini? Ian, go look at Tim Dow's video. He did a literal side-by-side, all three cameras shooting the exact same thing with the same lenses at the same settings, exposed the exact same way. It's really good. It matches really well. It really does. Jeff says it was. That's the mic drop in the global shutter. Yeah. Okay. And Jeff shoots with the Blackmagic Ursa Mini G2 as well. So yeah, he gets it. Nice background, by the way. What's your lighting setup for the Venetian blind gobo pattern on the wall behind you? Well, the sun goes down sometimes. Well, there it goes. Yep. No. So what I have right here, and I'll be doing a review on it shortly, but behind the window is a Aperture 300X. And the 300X is shooting through their spotlight attachment. I would show you, but I have no way to show you. I will do a breakdown of this lighting. Oh, by the way, I have the P300C right here. Oh my God, that thing is so cool. So it's going through their spotlight, and then the Venetian blind is actually that's a Sigma 50 to 100 right now, so I can't show you the whole room. I could pan it. Well, yeah, I mean it's a pretty elaborate setup, but it's blasting through with a gobo, and it's a Venetian blind gobo. That's what it's doing. Over here, I have an Aperture 300D through a big softbox. Over here, right over here, this is my little spotlight cam, which let's see if you can even see. Yeah, so it highlights any product that I have right here. That's a 300D Mark II with a snoot lens attachment on it. Up here, I have a Hive 100 Wasp. Our Hive Wasp 100C. Back over here, I have a Westcott Flex light back behind me, 1x1, pointed downward. And then I have, which it's hard to tell, but back up here, there is a RED, what's the light in a clamp light. Over here, I have in cyan. Well, this is more it's orange and teal is really what it is. And it's to throw some blue on this wall and some orange on this wall. And then I have several practicals back there as well. Yeah, that's my lighting setup. Thank you. Ari says, you can't compare global and CMOS. It's like comparing Grossman gold and Balkan blue. Well, like global and CMOS, one of these is clearly better. Now, I'm a big fan actually of both the colors. Uh-oh. What just happened? Did my camera just shut? Oh, there we go. Oh, whew. It went black for a moment there. Okay. Going down here. Thanks, I'm downloading my Sunset now. Yes, it is a great app. It really is. Don't forget to give it permission to your GPS. Can you stormtroopers get out of the way? I want my production model. It's not stormtroopers that are preventing it. It's literally, it's that they can't get a factory up and running. That's the problem. So it's the global pandemic that has got supply chain issues. I don't know what the blip keeps going. That's weird. That's the same grading workflow in Final Cut Pro X as well. Thanks. I did not know that. I am trying like crazy to learn Final Cut Pro X. I was a Final Cut Pro user forever until they went to X, and I'm lost. I keep trying to do it. I want to convert because I'm really tired of paying Adobe. Adobe, everything in Adobe Premiere, it just clicks so fast with me. I can spit out an edit in like 1/10 the time that even like pecking around in Final Cut. I mean, so I need to get me some one-on-one time with Simon and have him teach me how to do it. How happy are you with the autofocus? So it's still a beta, but I will say it is a very usable autofocus right now. It's pretty damn usable. How about that? RED, no ND filter. I don't know what that means. So I will say, if you have a lot of interest in RED Komodo, go out to the RED Komodo users Facebook group and join that. Make sure you follow all the instructions to join and sign up for their group buy kind of things. It's not group buy, it's a special promo email list, but sign up for that too. Disclosure, I am an admin on there, but I do support that group greatly because they're really there to help. So there is the Canon EF ND adapter, and now there's a company that is making little ND plugins so you can drop in some ND filters into it. Hang loose. There's going to be some coolness coming for that. Well, Komodo is CMOS. I have to believe it is. Graham or Jared can school me on it, but they probably won't. They won't tell me. My favorite thing I was told is that those who know will not tell you. So therefore, anything anybody tells you that is not public, is not true. I love that. That's brutally honest. Thanks for putting this together, Scott Balkan, and for the tip on the color. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Can you tell us if you have just one versatile lens to choose with that? Oh, if I had just one versatile. So if I had to choose one right now, whew, oh man, that's tough. I'm probably going with the Canon 24-70 EF right now. That being said, I have a lot of faith in the new Tokina 25-75 that's coming out. And I firmly believe that puppy will be, my nose always itches. I figured it out. It's my mustache hairs. When I talk so much, they tickle my nose. The 25-75 from Tokina is going to be a beast mode. And I do like, my favorite lenses to shoot with, honestly, are the 18-35 Sigma and the 50-100 Sigma. Those are my favorite. They're very clinical. They're very surgical. They're very sharp, but they're very nice. Kyle says, nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Kyle. Well, nice to type to you. Any suggestions for a good around lens for use for handheld, maybe between 30 and 70? Yeah, Helios. The Helios 442, which is a 58 millimeter. I don't have one sitting anywhere close. I'm trying to think. Nope. My wife did a very good thing and she helped me clean. So she put all my lenses in the cabinet. But a Helios, it's like this long. It is not much bigger than the actual Canon adapter, which is right there. Yeah, it's not much bigger than that. And then also, I mean, if you want to have some flavor, and you don't mind working 100% electronic in the camera, the GDU 40 is a pretty sweet lens. It has no focus. It's all controlled internally, but it's tiny, it's ruggedized, it's built by GDU. It's pretty cool. Thanks for uploading, streaming. Really appreciate the info on the camera. Yep, absolutely. And you can show that love with the super chat if you want. It helps buy me margaritas right now because that's what I'm technically doing. Thank you for the live stream. Does the wireless video over IP server work that Jared mentioned? Yes, it does. I cannot demonstrate it to you right now, but yeah, you literally can connect directly to it with a computer. Yeah, it works really well. Any suggestions for a good all-around lens for handheld work? Maybe. Oh, wow. How these are skipping around. That's weird. Nathan says Devils 2470. My 2 is an all-around great lens. Yes, it is. I agree. I'm not a huge fan of the Canon 24-70. I'm not really a fan of any 24-70 because they all kind of are boring to me. But yeah, that's a good choice. Alexander, hey Scott, long time no see. Can't stick around today, but wishing you good health and safety. Back to you, buddy. Back to you. How are you planning to use the Komodo? A cam, dedicated gimbal, B cam. So it's going to be interesting. So I mean, it's going to be used how the jobs dictate. Number one, I do not mind at all using this as an A cam. It will fit the purpose. It is going to be used a lot on gimbal. It's going to be used a lot for running fun, as I like to call it. But it's going to be rigged out, not big, but it's going to be rigged out so that it can be an A cam. And I'll probably end up starting to do a lot of the live streams with it because it's easy. I mean, this has got the frame rates on it. It's 6K. It's 6K. It matches really well. When I do a lot of my adventure and nature stuff, then, I mean, sometimes you just want that extra slow motion, but I mean, I'm comfortable shooting that all day long at 5K 48. Yeah. So yeah, that's my intention. God, my nose is itching so badly. And no, I don't have that habit. If someone's going to say, last question, do you think it's unfortunate they were able to add, I mean, it would have been nice, but I mean, This is a different animal. They built it completely different, and you can kind of see through it too. It is not using the same internals that the DSMC2 is. So it's not, it's just really hard to squeeze all that. So there's probably a lot of reasons why they couldn't get more out of it. I could speculate all day long, but in reality, it is what it is. And I would say there's like 1 or 2% chance that they'll squeeze any more frame rates out of it. Not or any higher frame rates. I think it's basically no, but they will be adding lower frame rates to it. Gaffer and Gear did a great review on the Spotlight. Seems like a crazy nice optics for the price. Yes, and I have the middle one, the 26 degree. It is really nice. Nathan says, thanks, Philip. I do have one of those. It's great for doc. Yes. You know what's funny is I bought I sent my wife to buy it. And she went to buy it at the camera store in town. She came back with it. I looked it over. It was in perfect shape. No problem at all. It was brand new. And then I put it on, and I swear, 1 hour later, there's a nick on the front glass of my camera. It was not there. Somehow I put it on there. I have no idea how, but yay. Grossman says, move to Resolve. You won't regret it. I regret it. I use Resolve for color. I use it a lot for color. Their editing, again, doesn't click. Doesn't click the same way that, man, that's the pro. This thing's cranking out some nice, warm, gentle heat into my face. It doesn't click to me on editing. But, I mean, let's be honest. Adobe keeps costing a lot of money. If Adobe drops their price to like $20 a month for their stuff, then I will probably do it. I mean, I'll probably keep it, but yeah. Where's all these? Okay. What do you think is the highest usable ISO on Komodo? You put noise reduction, 6400. No noise reduction, you could squeak through 3200. I probably wouldn't go above like 2000. But I mean, you can squeak it in 3200. It's surprisingly clean. It's better than Dragon by a long shot. It's not a Gemini though. Kipper Time Revolver will be out for the Komodo as well. Yes, that is a really, really cool device as well, and I can't recommend it enough. Kipper Tie, I would love to review one. I mean, I know you're a small company and all. If you want to send me one, I'll send it back. I would love to review it. So if you guys are watching, wink, wink, just send me one to review. I'll send it back. I don't know what the wink, wink was, but yeah, I'd love to review it because I really like that. I think it's really cool. Nathan says, would you ever use sound running into the camera and plan for dual sound? When I'm doing anything for paid work, I always run dual sound. My typical way I run dual sound in this is I run it into like a Zoom H6, and then I run out of the Zoom H6 into the Dragon. I did that. If you watch my Aperture P300C video, go watch it and give it a thumbs up, and then go buy the light because it's kind of a cool light. All that audio was direct in here. It was this wireless pack, which is a Sennheiser EW100 pack, the G3, I think it is. And it was plugged directly into the mic input jack of the Komodo. That's the audio. I mean, it's clean. It's good audio. What I will tell you is with all RED products, don't use the gain in the camera. If you use the gain in the camera, you're just going to add noise. Get the signal like these Sennheisers. You can boost the output, and they're pretty clean too. So yeah, it's a win by not boosting. Any thoughts on the new drop-in filter for that's so yeah, Joe, that is what I was talking about. Join the RED Komodo users group on Facebook, and yeah, you'll be thanking me later. I need some boring in my life with everything else, right? Scott, you the man. Thank you. Tall guy. Nice. I'm tall too. Found your channel not too long ago, and I'm really enjoying the content, especially from another Texan filmmaker. Where are you from? In Texas. I am east of Austin. Am I? Oh, I am. I'm glitching again. So I did do that. That's weird. Let me fix this real quick. I can't stand when it does that. It makes me feel like I'm in a dream sequence. So there we go. That's still doing it. And then I go back here to there. And it's still doing it. Weird. That's still doing it. It's still doing it. Weird. Come on now. Yeah, this is all OBS doing this. Let's see if that works. I'm still doing it. Hold on, I'll get to your questions just a moment. I'm a perfectionist that can't seem to get it right. Enable. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So tell me where you are in Texas. I am east of Austin. It's crash cam for big productions using RED cameras. It is. It's also an A cam for a lot of smaller productions. It's also an A cam for larger productions looking for small rig. It's also a run and fun rig. Yep. I do agree. Everything in Resolve. Or I agree. Do everything in Resolve. That's Samuel responding to Grossman. I'm sure. Chase says, Philip, I agree 100%. Tommy, no one cares what you think. Tommy's a friend of mine, so I can talk to him that way. I am Billy, or I'm Billy. I got a Blackmagic Pocket 4K and I love it. What are your opinions on it? I think it's a fine camera. I think it's a small camera. I think it is very capable for $1,200. I don't think it competes with this. I don't think it's the same kind of camera. But yeah, I mean, shoot what you love. I think the battery life is horrible. I mean, horrible. I think the dynamic range is okay. I don't like the highlights on it. But yeah, I mean, it's an okay camera. I'm not here to poo on anybody's camera. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I have opinions and they're just mine. So, take it with a grain of salt. Jeff says, I'm with you, Scott. I've had a hard time transitioning for Resolve for editing. Coloring, I love it. Yeah, I agree. And denoising, yeah, there's nothing that can touch. Wow, got some itches going on. Sorry. There is nothing that touches Resolve, well, for less than $100,000 that does color like Resolve. So, yeah. And denoising is really good. All aboard the Komodo train. Yep, indeed. Tall guy says, Beaumont, trying to get out here. Nice. Been to Beaumont many times. Well, through it. Tyler, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? How's dad life? Dad life? It's the dad life. I'm Billy. Says, do you have any tips for someone trying to get into the industry during these trying times? Yes. Work your tail off. Go out there right now and shoot anything and everything and put it out there. To borrow a term from Mark Toya, no one knows you're there and no one knows what you can do if you don't show them. So go out there, shoot like crazy, post it, put it everywhere. Don't spam, but I mean, make it accessible and people will find you. They will. And you will do, you will do fine. Just keep going, dedicated, be vigilant. And just hit it every day. Could you use Komodo for an indie narrative projects, or is Raven a better option? Unless you need the high frame rates, which, I mean, even Raven doesn't really have that high of frame rates. I'm going to say at this point, the Komodo trumps the Raven. I mean, Raven is technically a little bit better in some respects, because it's a little more expandable, but you get 6K here versus 4.5. This is cleaner. I mean, this does, it does 2K 120, and the 2K 120 is cleaner than 2K 120 on the Raven. So yeah, I mean, better option. I think so. Yeah, I think Komodo is better. Eric Kessler says, howdy. Hello, Eric. How are you, buddy? Any Laowa 25-100 thoughts to go with it? Yeah. I had the Laowa for quite a while. It is a neat lens. It's now available for purchase. I had a pre-production unit that it had a small flaw in it, so it didn't make sense to do a review on it because it was not going to fare well. They actually fixed the flaw, So it's now good. I haven't gotten my hands back on it to do the full review, but yeah, it's a neat lens. It is very heavy. Very heavy. Now, what I'll say on it is it's not blazingly sharp. It's not stale. It's also not contrasty. It doesn't have a whole lot of character. It's an interesting lens. It's very versatile. 25 to 100 is a great range, and it's a T2.9. So it's a very versatile lens. To me, it's on par with the 24 to 70 from Canon stills glass. I think it's a good lens. It's capable of resolving. It's sharp. It's just not very sharp. It's just kind of, at times it doesn't have a voice. Let me put it that way. The Sigmas have a voice. Their voice is like, strict surgeon kind of chop, chop, chop. And the Canon is kind of mushy. The Takinas are organic, is the way I would describe those. The Sigma is versatile. I don't know how else to describe it. No, I'm sorry. Laowa. Sorry, the Laowa is versatile. Yeah. Dad life good. Tall guy. I'm from Beaumont. There you go. We got a connection going on. We've got a connection going on here. Ali, what do you miss most from DSMC2 on Komodo, and the one thing you wish DSMC2 had from Komodo? I wish this had global shutter, and I wish this had, well, it's going to have the time-lapse modes, but I wish it had that. I do love the frame processing on this. So when I'm doing motion control shots, I love running frame processing on the DSMC2. Thank you, Graham, for explaining it to me in detail one day, which made it completely click. It really allows for cleaner images when you're doing like stuff where you can afford it, not live action stuff so much. But yeah, it really helps on that. Yeah, I don't know that there's a whole lot that I would say I miss. I mean, this has more dynamic range, don't get me wrong. I love the global shutter, so there's trade-offs. Yeah. Did I answer that? I don't think I did. Titch says, really appreciate the content, sir. Salutations from South Africa. Greetings and salutations. I'm Billy. It's got to be I'm Billy, right? It's not I am Billy. Thanks, he says. 3:45 a.m. in India, and I'm still on your live stream. Loved it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bigger. Whoops. Well, how does that keep doing that? That's weird. Bigger sensor than Raven. That's true, because you're getting the full 6K, and the 4.5K Raven is cropped in a little bit. It's not cropped in. It's a smaller sensor, right? What wide cine lens would you recommend to complement the Laowa 25 to 100? Probably the Takina 11 to 20. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good match. As long as you're shooting Super 35. Otherwise, on what camera? Let's go that way. Tommy says, I left for a few. Can you stream the Komodo through OBS to live stream? Not easily. I have HDMI inputs on my computer over there. This is SDI only. I have an SDI to HDMI converter over there. Well, I mean, no, I don't want to do it. The main reason is I'm not protected. So if I stream this, there's stuff you could see that you can't see, like my underground hidden layer. You can see where the lava is, and so you'd know how to climb up through the lava tubes. Titch says, really appreciate the content, sir. Oh, see, this is weird. Why does it keep getting out of order? That's so weird. Thoughts thoughts on the DZ picture zooms. I want to test these. All I've seen so far is they're interesting. Honestly, until I've seen some nice stuff out of them. I really want to get my hands on them. So if anybody at DZO is listening, or anybody has a contact at DZO, send them to me for a test. I would love to test them, honestly. Leo says, "Thanks, Scott. I do appreciate it, and looking forward to your 25 to 100 review." Yeah, I've got to get that back. I'm on the fence against it in the Fuji 20 to 120. Yeah, the Fuji's going to be Fuji. Fuji is a very nice lens. I'll put it that the Laowa is a nice lens as well. But Fuji's got some heritage sauce in there. So yeah. Takena's 25 to 75 to the Laowa 25 to 100. It's really unfair to say because I haven't actually held the 25 to 75. I just know what Takena does. It's going to be a good competition. I'll leave it at that. Please, may you explain what is frame processing and what is the benefit? Yeah, there are two frame processing modes in the DSMC2, and it's called frame averaging and frame summing. I always get them backwards when I explain them. But what happens is, no, okay, I got it right. Okay, so frame averaging, what it'll do is if I'm shooting at 24 frames a second, then if you turn on frame processing and set it to 2 stops, so 2 double frames, what it will do is it will record, it'll knock your final recording down to 12 frames a second. So if you need it to be 24, you need to shoot at 48 frames a second and then turn on frame processing, or just turn it back up to the 24. So what it's going to do is it's going to take 2 exposures, and frame averaging will take the 2 and merge them together, and it will basically give you a cleaner, less noise image. Then frame summing is it adds the 2 together. So you basically get to increase your low light capability. The caveat to this is frame averaging decreases your noise from a single frame. Frame summing adds noise. So any noise that's on the 2 frames will get added together and you'll get twice as much noise. So there's definitely some trade-offs. And you can do 2, 4, 8, and I think 16 frames to do averaging. So I mean, really, 2x is all you're going to get to do on 24 frames a second, I believe, unless you go down to a slower or lower resolution. Then I think you can go. Then I think you can go lower or more. But yeah, that's what it is. Freak says 11 to 20. Yep, I agree. It is a solid lens. Wow. Well, there we go. Currently trying the Takena 11 to 20. Great match for Komodo. Cool, Joe. I'm on the list to get it next. So send it to me when you're done. I meant via Wi-Fi. I don't know, Tommy. I have not tried that yet. I'm waiting for that new Blackmagic Studio recorder so I can stream over SDI easily. Yeah. I mean, I bought a $38 HDMI to SDI converter over there. Should work. Mark says, I used ISO 400 on my Dragon X to reduce the noise and considered 400 to be the base. What do you feel base is? 800. It is cleaner lower, but I think 800 is where it is mapped. So keep in mind we're raw, so it's really just remapping middle gray and the dynamic range above and below. So at 800, you have kind of a medium mix of a few stops above and like 8 stops above and 8 stops below. If you're down in 320, you're going to have more stops below and less stops above. So it all depends on whether you're favoring the highlights or the shadows where you want to be. I tend to be around 800 usually. but it also gives me the ability to swing it either way. Tommy's like, I didn't mean right now. I was talking about Wi-Fi. How do I know what you mean, Tommy? Come on, man. Man, get with the program. Did you check your email yet? Does Komodo from Zach, does Komodo output more than 1080? I think it would be viable streaming cam next to all the SLRs that output 4K. It is a 4K SDI output. That is a 12 gig SDI on the back. Yes, it does 4K. Yup. Base ISO on Komodo. It's 800. Tall guy says, peeps unite. Pixelator, does Komodo have pre-roll recording to catch action before you hit the button? I believe it does. Not sure what it's called. It's called pre-roll. And no, I don't believe it does right now. I have no doubt that will be added because that is something that a lot of people use for photography as well as wildlife, myself included. But I'm going to go through and look. Yeah, I don't think it does yet. Communication, nope, won't be in there. Monitoring, nope, won't be in there. I mean, there's quite a few things that are not turned on yet. Display preset. Yeah, no, no, I don't see it. Nope. But I would feel confident it's coming. If Jared, are you watching? You're watching, aren't you? You're secretly watching. No, he's not. He's busy. He's building Komodos. I mean, honestly, wouldn't you guys be mad if he was watching? Of course, the moment I say that, he'll like chime in. But yeah, okay. I didn't realize the SDI converters just scooped one up. Yeah. Well, Jeff, did you use my Amazon link? Don't forget those super chats, folks. You guys can support Scott. Scott needs to feed his family. Unemployment has run out now. So, you know, if you feel guilty for Scott, just at least use the Amazon links, guys. It helps. Yeah, those SDI converters are like $37. It's cheap on Amazon. Let's see here. How long have I been streaming for? Oh man, cool. Been going an hour and 32 minutes. Nice. So I'm watching over here and I'm watching over here, and it's there's a question. I want to put it up, but I got to wait for it to show up over here. Let's see. Let me put, if you have any questions, I got to edit that. For me, please post them below. Oops, me. There we go. Now I can pop that up. If you have any questions for me, please put them below. Can't post comments to some destinations. I wonder which one that is. There we go. Joe says, any accessories that you think are a necessity? Debating NATO for everything for speed and in the field. Yeah. So, well, they're sitting up my front porch right now. Grossman turned me on to these. I gotta quit that. There we go. Now, let me turn off the banner. Hold on. There we go. So there are some screws, they're core 20 screws that come with big D-rings or something on there, and you can attach, wow, the nose is itching. You can attach camera strap to it, so you can carry it around like that. That is a necessity. Timmy ribs are an absolute necessity right now because there's nothing that comes close. Look at Mark Peterson's company. I can't remember the name of it. Film Tools or Film Production Tool. Gosh, I'm blowing it up. Sorry, Mark. He's got the horseshoe on top, which is pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure there's some other things being developed that are pretty cool. Oh, Pixelator, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks to you and all the other testers on Komodo for sharing your knowledge and experience. The live streams is cool. Cheers from Hollywood. Thank you, buddy. Let's see here. If you could have a Komodo in any color besides Balkan blue, what would it be? I would do Balkan blue too. If there was a color I could choose, it would be Like if I could choose another one, and I'm not saying I don't like this one, I actually love this one. I mean, I have a fondness for the color. I mean, it's pretty clear. But there's a dark blue that I really like, kind of like a navy kind of blue. I would totally dig one of those too. Thoughts on the Tilta case for Komodo? I would like to get my hands on that. Yang, if you're out there, buddy, I'd love to review one for you. It is an interesting design. And it's not bad at all. And it goes around the sides. And it's cheap. It's really hard to beat cheap. And at least with that, in that case with Tilta, it's an original design. There's definitely some drama with Tilta and other people's designs. So yeah, I get it. Someone asked me, oh, my nose. Someone asked me how bright the Aperture P300D was. P300C was. So let me just turn it on. Okay. So it's about 6 feet this way. But I got you tried to order after I hit the link. Okay. So right now, the 300D over here is at 54% through the softbox. So let's crank up this 300 or P300C. So that we're starting to overexpose a little bit. I'm at 5%. Okay. Now we're at 35%. Now we're at 72%. And now we're at 100%. Is there any question how bright this is? Let's throw some colors out there. Well, there's red. Wow, this is at 100%. Let's just zoom through the colors. I cannot get enough at how bright this light. Oh my God. So this blue right here, that's about it. That's 3% with the blue. Sorry. I just want to have a little fun. I love that light. It is so good. Okay, let's see here. Is there an anamorphic mode on Komodo? Not yet, but yes, there will be. It is coming. Where's Ava? Yep, thank you for putting this live chat together. Sorry I can't send a super chat. I had to turn down my early spot in line for Stormtrooper because I need to feed my family. Completely understandable. No one should feel bad or guilty. Trust me. I'm there with you. I feel it. Daryl says, hey, Scott, is the top screen glass or plastic? I don't know. Let me just do the scratch. No, I'm not going to do that. That's glass. Maybe not. Let's listen. That does sound glass to me. That does. Glass or plastic? Glass or plastic? Come on, name the movie. Name the movie. Come on. Whoever names the movie gets a thumbs up from me. Heavenly Light. Yes. Yes. Very heavenly. Very bright. Not bright enough. Stop making me order things. I just ordered Timmy ribs, and yes, I used your link to order the small rig adapter. Nice. Oh, Tommy. I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. $10. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can't wait until Hot Rod finally ships my P300C. Brandon, you will love it. Hey, buddy. What's up? My dog, when I turned on that light, my dog did not like it and came in here. You will love this light. And I have a much more in-depth review coming, more of a practical use, because I'm finding all kinds of uses for this light. It's so cool. Yeah. Tyler says, yeah, the Nova is real nice. Real nice, Clark. Hot swappable batteries. Yes, indeed. There's your battery. It's currently running on number 1. It just came right off. It's running on number 2. Let's pop that battery back on. And cool. We're switching over there. Switch it up. Look at that. We're running on number 1 again. Hot swappable. Ding. There you go. That's a blast from the past. My vlog days. Happy to demonstrate that too, because that's kind of fun. Let's see here. Use the police lights effect. All right. Which police lights effect would you like, Tommy? You gave me $10. I'll take requests. So you know that you can now do it in multiple. There's cop car. Okay, so let's turn this on. Oh, add some color. And now we're going to add cop car. Oh, okay. So that's color B. Let's just crank it up. We'll do flash. That's slow. We can do color red. Oh, that's bright. Red is really bright. Blue, R&B. Oh, it's not R&B, but it's red and blue. And there's black. And then there should be red, blue, and white. So let's turn it down to... Now, what's interesting, those of you watching on the live stream, this looks a little funny, but on Komodo, it would not look like that. So I'll tell you another thing for global shutter, lightning. Lightning is king. Flashes do a streak. They do a funny streak on rolling shutter, and that's a Canon, or that's a Sony there. So, global shutter for the win when it comes to lightning. Okay, let's go down to the next. She's a beaut, Clark. No one got the glass or plastic. Come on, someone's got to get it. It's everyone's favorite actor. Well, probably not. Oh, Scott, you have a new camera. I wasn't aware. Very fair, Charles. Very fair. Hey, Charles, Pat, look. I got a camera. It's Balkan Blue. Tommy wants to know how many are there? What are there? I don't know. Seizure warning, please. Yeah, exactly. Just use a hammer. That's a good point. I've got a hammer over here. I'm not going to do that to my little baby. I'm not going to do that. I love you. You're so sweet and special. Tommy LOL. Tyler, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Let's get together, dude, and let's shoot some stuff. I mean, we'll wear masks, protect the family. I just showed up. Sorry. 7 Wall Films. Welcome. Yay, Greg. You get my undeniable admiration for the entire live stream and a gloriful thumbs up. I think, man, the wife's going to be home shortly, and I'm still pumped. I'm still ready to go. Keep going for this. So that means I could probably get a cigar and a margarita. Ooh. Oh, you should post about it. You're right. You're right, Pap. I am going to make 17 posts tonight and just have them lined up and triggered. I'm going to do that. Pap, we need to bring you back on. The live stream seems to be working good. I said we could bring you back for a round 2. Maybe not 2. Maybe we'll just go an hour or 2. But if you want to dig up some more BTS stuff, they loved your stuff. Everybody it was great stuff. So yeah, maybe we can bring you back on. You seem very happy with the camera, but do you have any negatives with it? Yes. For my bad eyes, the screen is small. It is actually very usable if you have good. My daughter can read it just fine, and she can pull focus. The screen is actually very usable. But for my eyes, I need the 7-inch OC to make it sing. Negatives. What would I say some negatives are? Oh, yeah, I'll give you one. Right here. There's no freaking record button. When I first got DSMC1, which you can see it right here. When I first got DSMC1, I looked at that and I thought, who puts a record button on the left? And I was like, that's silly. Within 1 week, I was using that thing like a pro. I love those buttons. And, I have reached down so many times when I'm recording with this thing handheld because I like to hold with a handle right here. And I hold my left hand and I pull focus and then I hit record. So I can easily just kind of just tap it. I have phantom hit that button so many times. It's the struggle is real. Other negatives, I would love if it had dual card slots. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I mean, everybody else is getting on board with that. It'd be cool, but there's no way they could have fit it. I am noticing a bit of a battery drain. So if you leave batteries on here, so the switch here is a physical switch, but it's a soft switch. So it physically switches on and off, but it still runs. And I'm noticing if you leave batteries on the camera, it will drain them over time. I think it's probably over 2 days. There's not really much you can do with that. Anything that has like a remote control, it always has to be on. But I find that interesting that it drains. I mean, DSMC2 does it as well. But yeah, I would love just a plate that goes right here in the back that goes straight down. A wooden camera has one that locks into one side and a quick little V mount, because when you put a monitor on top and you need to run battery for it, I don't want to run battery for it. I would rather just run one of these blue shape Granite Minis. I would like to run just one of these, like the 95 or the 140 on the back, because I mean it's not much bigger. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking a lot much more. Man, that's some good English there. You're not talking a whole lot more in size, but what you gain is the ability to power this camera for, I don't know, 7 years. Because these are 45 watt hour. So that's a 95. So this one is equal to these, but you can also power an external monitor, focus motors, any of that kind of stuff. So that's what I'd say the negatives are. Can't wait to play with that light. Just got some Pavo tubes last week, and I'm so in love. Also, if anybody is in the U.S. and is interested in the Quasar RGB rainbow tubes, I have 2 of the 4-footers that I'm selling, $425 plus 25 shipping. So if anybody's interested, just hit me up on Facebook. This became the Scott's used car sales. I was eyeing your Quasars, but I just bought the lights last week. Fair enough. Yep, got it. But you need 2 more. Yeah. Put any City Glass on that little guy yet? Nope, not yet. Got some City Glass coming. I'm not an owner of City Glass. Not yet. It's on my list. Well, it was on my list for this year. But I mean, 2020, hello. Yeah. It kind of ruined everything. So City Glass is coming. And I really do have my eye on the Taquina Super 35 series. Global Shutter. Another thing that is always an issue is scenes with people taking flashes. Like, yep, press conference, red carpet. Yep. Really nice not to get the half flash phenomenon we've been dealing with for years. Exactly, Pat. That is key. And I don't know how many lightning shots were like, oh, yeah. Is my wife into filmmaking too? So yes and no. She doesn't have a passion for it, but she loves, and I of course love my wife, but she loves working with me on it. So our goal would be, 2020 was going to be the year. The goal was going to be, this year was going to take off for me. And then we would be able to transition her into working with me. And we would have enough income to do it that way. So yeah. Phil Holland, hey buddy, what's going on? He says hi. Haven't wrapped yet. Phil, do you have any negatives on the Komodo? What would you say are your negatives? Pap says 5 more hours. I have to do a 10-1. You know I do. But we'll do scotch. We'll start drinking scotch, and every drink I drink, you have to drink. We'll try that. That'll be an interesting one. The best one for sure. Love Ryan, but Pap was a great evening for sure. See, Pap, they love you, buddy. They love you. Tyler says, gotta head out. Take it easy. Hopefully we can shoot something together soon. Yeah, I hope so. I really do. Alex says, how do you think the autofocus would be? The autofocus is really nice. It only works on certain EF glass right now. Doesn't work in the Sigmas yet, but they just need to be mapped in. It works really well. They've got a winner here. It is phase detect autofocus, which is so the holy grail of autofocus right now is dual pixel autofocus from Canon. They've got it. It's fantastic. Sony has phase detect, and if you've followed any Sony camera in the last 2 years, phase detect on that has, I mean, it comes really close. I would say within 85 to 90% of dual pixel. Komodo is phase detect, and they're tweaking it, and they're tuning it, but it comes close. It's really good, and it will track. Well, it doesn't have that tracking box, but you track the center, and it will track, and it does it really good. Is the screen too bright in a dark room? No, you can turn it down. It has a display brightness. Now, it is too dim in sunlight. That I'll give you. I mean, it's almost useless in sunlight. Someone just needs to make a little hood for it. It'd be nice. Front record button reminds me of shutter release on the TLR. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point. Battery drain could be a firmware fix. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's possible, but I'm guessing what they're having to power up in there just to make the switch work is probably not something they can fix. It's probably more hardware. It's not the end of the world. It really isn't. Just take your batteries off. I mean, the DS1 would drain far faster than the DS2. Yeah. Fagan says, I'm with you. I have had that experience on a bunch of cameras. Got to run with the batteries disconnected. Yep, there you go. I just said that. Copycat. The tilt to back is pretty sweet too. I have not seen that. Well, I've seen, no. The tilt to back is not approved. Let me be clear. If you're running not approved power, it's probably not going to destroy your camera. That's not a real concern, but it could shut down your camera unexpectedly. So you need to keep that in mind. If it has a power surge, no, not a power surge, but I mean, if the voltage, it's not communicating, so you got to keep in mind with voltage, and who knows when it's going to cut off. And if you're recording and it shuts off, well, you're done. You've lost that footage. Pap is a boss DP. Cool to see him here. What Pap is the boss. He is the boss. Thoughts on the autofocus system? Yeah, I just mentioned that. Well, no, that just popped again. That's so weird. It's like it puts it in order. It's weird. I truly believe Charles could have continued on with his live stream until now if you wanted to. I think you're right. I have a feeling that there are some parts of him that are not human. I'm just going to leave it there. What about the GDU power packs? Speaking of the battery, the GDU power packs are really nice. They're cool. I don't have one. I don't know. But I mean, what I've seen and read about them, they're really nice. My dog just dropped more. That's good. Ollie. Ollie, you can keep an eye on that guy. Sorry if it's been asked. One. Oh, my dog just left. What other battery options are available? Two, what are the must-have accessories? So, yeah, must-have accessories. Get a nano rail on the top, get a handle, and get Timmy ribs. When it comes to batteries, right now, the Canon BPs are the only ones that are supported by RED and thus recommend it, because they have a chip in there and they communicate to the Komodo, and it lets you know the time remaining, and it will stop recording if it needs to shut down. They come in 3 different sizes. This is the 945, 955, I believe it is. This is the 975. And then they have a 925, which is smaller, but really won't last but maybe an hour. So there you go. Their Blue Shape does make batteries. They make a 975, but you have to watch voltage on those. They are working with RED to get approved. And when they do, I will happily, I mean, you know my love for Blue Shape batteries, I will happily give them the big thumbs up. Right now, it's kind of an awkward thumbs up, because yes, they will work, and they do build a quality battery. I have no doubts in their battery, but that communication is key to talking to Komodo. I hope that's fair and reasonable. That's the way I view things. Yeah, definitely not a huge deal. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. Yep. Okay. Good to know. Also, getting to the comments a while later, so there. Haha. Giving you a hard time. Got it. Yep. Tommy says, so when are we going to Boca Chica to shoot? I don't know. Soon. When's the next test? I don't know. We'll have to see. What do you think is the best balance for the batteries? Do you like the best options? Are the smaller ones to save on size, or the bigger ones to get more battery life? When I'm running this lens, I like the bigger batteries, because when I put a handle on there, it's far more balanced. When you switch to the smaller batteries, it's less balanced. Hey, stop it. You're moving my camera around, or moving my live stream. Can't be doing that. So yeah, that's what I feel there. Did you run into image quality issues with some temp? Some mention. No. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you got a black shade. Yeah. I have not experienced it myself. However, I know exactly what's happening. And yeah, you got a black shade. The temperature range can only vary so much. So yeah, definitely run a black shade. The good news is on this, it takes like a minute. It's pretty fast. The size and shutter combo is so cool to me. Yep. Who do you think this camera will predominantly end up being for in the end? Videographers, cinematographers. I think you're gonna. I think it is highly likely that this will be the #1 selling camera for RED, hands down. Yeah. I think it's going to appear on every set just because how small it is. I mean, mounting this thing in a car is easy. It's super easy. You can slap a good cinema lens on there. You got small batteries. It's a no-brainer to rig this thing. Rigging on the side of cars, rigging it with crash cams, explosion cams, all that good stuff. Yeah, huge win here. That being said, I think you're going to find a giant amount of YouTubers using it. I mean, a giant amount. And I don't think that's a negative. YouTube has gone up in the bar as far as people out there, trying to be better filmmakers. I mean, like myself. I mean, I do YouTubes. I don't bet you didn't know that, did you? I'm on the YouTubes because you're on it right now. So, I mean, I think this is going to be used a lot. Also, motion control. This thing is going to live on, well, when it's not living elsewhere, it's going to be living on my motion control rigs, because global shutter with a fast move, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, nice. Also, gimbal work. Yeah, absolutely. Would you lose autofocus capabilities with a lens adapter or speed booster? I don't know about speed booster, but the lens adapter, no, you do not lose it. I think that dodgy message was on Facebook. Okay. Oh, fair enough. Thank you, Ollie. Always keeping up for me. I need my stormtrooper first. Check your email. Did you check it out? Check your email real quick. Ollie, no, he was reading my comment where I LMO'd you. Okay. I thought he said to keep an eye on the guy. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Ollie. I was not U7 wall. It was dog guy. Ollie's got this. He's got my back. He's good on that. He looks out for everybody. You need the Canon 800 5.6 with 2x for Boca Chica. I have the Sigma 150 to 600 with the 2x. That lens is phenomenal. And quite honestly, I don't think I'm going to be shooting at f5.6 because the moment the dang lights up, I'm going to be shooting at f38 or f64. Yeah. How's the low light performance? It's pretty phenomenal. I'm still working on it. I've got to shoot some more stuff. I mean, honestly, I'd be out shooting right now if I wasn't live streaming, but I'm here for you folks. I'm here for you. For you. For you. And so I've got some more stuff to put before I put out some shots from this. It's surprisingly well. I was shooting at 3200 ISO. I got to stop playing with stuff. Makes noises. 3200 ISO at night on a city. It was looking really nice. Whoa. Almost spilled that. You see that? Did you see that, folks? Yeah. Enough said. There you go. LOL. Sorry. No problem. Still waiting to see some drone footage with Komodo. Tommy, go out to Tim Dow's YouTube. He shot drone with it. He put it up on a big drone and flew it around. It was pretty phenomenal. It looked great. Can the OLPFs be swapped? No, they cannot. It is the skin tone highlight, basically, as I understand it, and it cannot be swapped. Is there no Cinema DNG on Komodo? Nope. Don't need it. You have Red Raw. Red Raw is the Cadillac, the Lexus, the Mercedes, the Infiniti, the Maybach of codecs. I mean, quite honestly, think about it. Everybody wants the red code. They want the compressible RAW. That's red code. Red code is the holy grail of compression. So you don't need Cinema DNG. You've got red code. I missed that. Darn, he says. Timbo the King. Would love to see him as a guest. Oh, yeah, I can have Tim on. He doesn't like to appear on camera as much. I'd have to. Tim, I'm sure he's watching. We'll have to backlight you, put you in shadow mode, and we'll just distort your voice and be like, I once bought a Komodo, and I like to use my Komodo. We'll do it that way. What do you think of the Keystone cage? I like it. It makes it really big, so I would like to get my hands on it. I don't know if that's going to happen. It's pricey, and I feel for them because they're in Australia, so it's kind of hard to make stuff and ship it all over the world. But it really turns this camera into a very versatile rig, but it also turns it into a very large rig. So yeah, keep that in mind. Seven Wall says yes. Robert, where are you from? I feel like we've talked, but I don't know. What base plate are you wanting? Sorry. This is the Kessler quick plate. It is, well, it's my favorite quick plate. I run this on the bottom of Komodo and it happens to fit perfectly. Who's texting me? No. And then I run the large on the bottom of my DSMC2, and you can see it has a rod adapter on the bottom, and it allows you to set it down really easily. On the Komodo, they make a K plate, which it sits about this high, and then it has the rods in it. So it's more in tune with getting the rods the correct distance away from your lens. However, on the DSMC2, you can see that there is, on the quick plate here, there's a rod attachment. You can flip that over upside down. You won't be able to set it down flat, but it gets it pretty close to the right distance. In San Diego, I'm around the forums. Copy. That's where I've seen you. Okay, cool. I've caught up with all the questions. Let them spool in. And I've been going for 2 hours and 4 minutes. Sweet. But my wife's not here. Let's find out where she is. Let's find out where she is. That's my margarita. Because if I get a margarita and a cigar, she's home. She's home. And she's not out here. Shameful, shameful, shameful. She's probably changing her clothes. She probably just got home. I mean, it's about that time. Any wish list items for Komodo? Yeah. With that record button. Someone make me a record button. I have a feeling someone is. So give me that button. Wish list for Komodo. I mean, I want my time lapse. I mean, I really, really want my low shutter speeds. I know it's coming, but I want it. And someone mentioned PAL, that the European spec isn't in here yet. I didn't notice that. I need to check that out. Project settings. No, it's in there. 25. Yeah. No. So our project settings are, right now, you can do 2398, 2425, 2997, 30, 50, 5994, and 60. So yeah, you can, it's pretty versatile. I wonder if my above camera is even working anymore. It shows to be on, but let's see. Oh, it's working. Weird. Ding. I wish I could zoom in more. Maybe I can. Oh, I can. Okay. There we go. I gotta fix that. Can't see what's on my screen. Actually, you can't see it. Let me just knock it way out of focus here. Okay. So I was going to do menu. So you got your project settings down here. You got your various formats here. I don't know why I'm doing this. No one asked. I'm just doing it. There's all your project timeline baseline. I just want this number right here to go lower. I want it to go this 2398, and you only got 2 right now. And then you got got your histogram right there. Let's see. Robert says, does the app stay connected well, and do you use that when you can't see the screen in daylight? Yes, I have used it. It does stay connected fairly well. Depends on how much Wi-Fi interference is in your... let me connect up to it here. It depends on how much interference is around you. Ooh, boy, almost saw that. Whoa, Scotty kind of... Where's my finger? Oh, there it is. Point straight up at it. Scotty's got to know. Scotty's got to know. And Frosty Flakes said that the C700 has global. That's true, it does. Yeah, but you're right. There's very few of them. And it wasn't really a hit. It's kind of weird. Come on, scan, scan, scan. There we go. So we see Komodo. We'll put it here. No, let's just do this. Okay. So you can see the app right here. I mean, it's got like maybe 2 frames. And then you can rotate it and double tap. You get the bigger screen, double tap again, and you can keep going. It's pretty nice. I would love a margarita. Yeah, it's got all the controls. Oh, I'll tell you another thing that I wish. So it only right now has me. Get this in here. There we go. Sorry. So it only has medium quality and high quality for record options. I would love love it to have much higher compression options because, well, I mean, that's what I want. Because right now it's like 2-to-1 and like 4-to-1. It's not much. Let's see, the C700 global shutter. Yep. Have you tried operating it on a gimbal? Wondering how it holds up on the Ronin S? It's so funny that you say that. Yeah, it works fantastic on a Ronin S. It's really easy. Oh, let me switch back over here. Am I stuttering now? Oh, it's good. Yeah, Ronin S, piece of cake. Really stable. It's obviously nothing for the load because this thing can hold like 10 pounds, oddly enough. Yeah, it works really well on that. You are going to hear Blender. I apologize, but Scott's getting him a Marg. Scotty needs him a Marg. Scotty will be so happy when he gets that Marg. Okay, let's see. Let's go back here. No, the C700 Global wasn't a hit because it wasn't full frame. Yeah, that's true. It was Super 35, and it was weird. Plus, it was a giant loaf of Texas toast bread cam. I mean, it was one of the longest cameras. It was weird. It reminded me very much of the Red One. The C700 was the R5 of its day. That's pretty funny, actually. Let's see here. So there's a question. Yeah, go for it. That's really loud. So the question is, how much do you think these will rent for? How much do you think these will rent for? I don't think they're going to rent for very much. I think they're probably going to rent for 200, maybe 250, maybe 300 a day. Not a lot. Yeah. Suggestion for Rails to get follow focus. The wooden camera is nice. The wooden camera base plate has the rail has 15 millimeter rails in front, and it's nice. I like the Kessel. You can use the K plate, which is taller than this and includes the rod holders. This you can also. It has a rod mount on the bottom. You can't really see, but it's right there. You can flip that over, and then it will line up properly on here, but you won't be able to set it flat. So yeah. You're not in the camera. She's trying to avoid. What's up? Woo! Rex is like, I want outside. I make great margaritas, but I do it to taste, so I only get 1 or 2 batches made. I don't make them in batch. I make them individually, and I will be doing so. Part of, I don't know how to show this yet. I'll be doing a studio walkthrough here shortly because I've been redoing all this for a number of reasons. I'm going to have. Also, just so everyone knows, I'm going to be doing a van build here. So keep in mind on my channel, just, if you don't like the video, don't watch the video, but I'm going to have those in there because it is a build for my camera work. So that's why I'm putting it on here. But I will have another channel soon for this, which is the bar, which you can't see. I wish you could. I could take that down and show you, but, there's a bar scene with the you see this. I forgot my chair, my office chair sitting there, but there's a lounge chair right there. That's going to be for man stuff. I don't know how to phrase it properly, but it'll be talking about cool man stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Then the back is for this. This side is a kitchen set. You haven't seen that yet because I'm working on it and there's not a lot to see, but that's why this whole thing has been redone. And this is for my deep thought moments and maybe some type of little deal where I stick my head through the window. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet, We'll see. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be some margaritas made and some food made in high quality. And Komodo, if you haven't seen mushrooms flipping in a pan with a global shutter, you haven't lived. Think about it. Think about it. I keep seeing this. Very interested now. What do you keep seeing? The Komodo? Yeah. What up? What up, Mr. Bo Roberts? Who would you say this camera is for? Well, yeah, we talked about that like literally 10 minutes ago, but it's for crash cams, gimbal work, drone work, car rigging, some A-cams. It's for running fun shooting. It is a very small buildable camera, so you can run around. It's very lightweight. It's going to go on my backpack, or in my backpack everywhere I go when I go hiking, because you can build this thing tiny and you can carry everything in a tiny backpack. Thus, I get to carry water, so I don't do what Philip Grossman does and have to ditch his gear because it's too heavy. See what I did there? So yeah, it's going to be very popular on YouTube. I mean, really popular. Leighton says, in terms of professional work, what do you do, Scott? And then why RED and why Komodo? Sorry if I'm late to the party. No, not a problem at all. Welcome. Professional, I am a DP out of Austin, Texas. I am also dabbling in director, but not so much. I am an adventure filmmaker. I am a nature documentary filmmaker. I shoot commercial work. I shoot short films, you know, the full gamut of DP work out of Austin, but I work anywhere in the country and in Canada. I'm also on the YouTubes. I do that because I care. I mean, I do YouTube because I think it's fun. It's not my day job. My day job is DP work, which is kind of slow right now, as everyone can possibly imagine. And why RED? Well, that's a good question. So basically, when I learned RAW on digital cameras, DSLRs back when, I loved RAW. RAW was kind of amazing. I hacked my 5D Mark III so I get Magic Lantern, so you can get the Cinema DNG. Also, Seven Walls. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not fake. That's not fake. That's sunlight. The sun is bright and gold. Oh, you know what it is? Someone must be standing in the way of the sun. Yeah, it's fake. Aperture 300X with the spotlight attachment and a gobo with mini blinds on it. So why RED? So RAW. It's really about RAW. You get compressed RAW, and it's real RAW, where other cameras are not RAW. Then came dynamic range. When I first got my Epic, this is Dragon X, but when I got my Epic Dragon, and I shot a sunset scene, well, it was less of a sunset, but the dynamic range on a RED is stupendous. It's unbelievably good. That plus RAW, plus flexibility, plus compactness, plus ease of use. I mean, it's really a very easy to use camera. And then the company. I love RED. The people at RED are truly amazing people. And, you know, they get a lot of bad press. And I think if you'll go out there and look and you read the bad press, the negative comments, we'll put it that way. They come from two sources. They come from people who love film and love ARRI, and love shooting that simple format and just migrated over to the Arri Alexa. Alexa looks great. I love Alexa. It's beautiful. The other is, well, they're frankly people that are haters. They don't like Red for whatever reason, and you'll find they're the ones that stir the pot. They definitely cruise through my channel because am I stuttering again? Dadgummit. Oh, why it's doing that? Let me see if I can bring it back to life. Back to life. Back to reality. Here we go. That was pretty good, wasn't it? That was not supposed to happen. So ignore people who just say hate things because there's no purpose. I don't know if it's jealousy. I would hate to think that people are so callous that they would be jealous of people that have Red. I honestly think a lot of it has to do with a maturity level. There are people who buy a camera, and because they bought that camera, it could therefore only be the best camera. I've owned lots of cameras. Don't get me wrong, and I'll shoot on any camera. I don't mind. I mean, whatever the client wants, I'm happy to do. I own Red because when I do my adventure stuff and I do my nature stuff, this is what I shoot on. The detractors out there, just ignore them. And when you mute them out, what you find is basically a lot of people like me. They shoot what they like. They own what they use the most, and they'll shoot with anything that they have to. And some people like Red, some people don't. But I mean, Red the company, Red the people, they're good people. They really are. And if you don't think they are, then you really don't know Red the people and Red the company. Because, yeah. Plus Jared, he's a big old softy. Plus, I look up to Jared. No, I mean, I literally look. I'm 6'5", and I look up to Jared. He towers above me. So, plus I also look up to him. Is that fake light coming through? Yeah, I showed you that one, 7. Party at Scott's house. There we go. I got my Stormtrooper last week. Do you have R3D videos? Do I have R3D video? I mean, I have videos, but I don't release my R3D footage. It's been a question that's been asked of me, and it's tough. And I mean, several friends of mine have done it, and I mean, I even talked one of them into doing it because I wanted to play with it too, and I don't think it helped. People want to profit off your work, and I find I like to share, but giving people raw, it's tough. It really is. I have a hard time doing that. Steve Beats, thank you, coming in late. No problem at all. Seven Walls says, ha, 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 ha. I have the extra ha's in there. Joe says, any tips for first-time Red owners? I've shot with Reds in the past, but first-time owner coming primarily from the DSLR world. And Joe, apologize if you already said it. What Red do you have? And then I'll answer your question. I think you told me you have Komodo, but I mean, there's been hundreds of comments, and yeah. Leighton, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Uh-oh. What's it doing? Oh, there we go. Okay. My finger swiped, and it said having issues highlighted at the bottom. I was like, no, not the internet, not the internet. Okay. But thank you, Leighton. I greatly appreciate that. Okay. So Joe has answered, yes, he has Komodo. Oh, okay. So first-time tips. Feed it light. Give it as much light as you can. Although I will say Komodo's a little more forgiving than the others. Reds love light. B, there are stoplights. Now, on DSMC2, it's different than this, but if you will read, go out to are you on the official owners group? There's an official owners group for Red Stormtrooper, people who have taken delivery. Get on that Facebook group and download the manual. The histogram and the stoplights. If you hit a stoplight, you've clipped it. You've clipped that color. So stay away from the stoplights. If you go below you're introducing noise, and you'll see the graph. It's kind of an interesting graph. If you're introducing noise, well, you're introducing noise. So try to not do either. Keep that histogram right in the middle, and man, have some fun. Other than that, with RED, yeah, it grades really well. I'm not going to go through it, but if you are a Premiere user or apparently Final Cut Pro, go back when this live stream is done, go back to the beginning, and somewhere in the middle there's a question about how to do the color properly. In Premiere, it is doing it wrong. So you have to do it a very specific way or your colors are going to look funky. I mean, it's going to be little tweaked. And you will not be doing color proper. So follow those instructions and you'll be good. David says the others are Blackmagic fanboy. This is true. I will say this: Blackmagic has a devoted team army of fanboys, and I'm going to say fanboys very loosely because ultimately I'm a bit of a RED fanboy. I'm not a true diehard because I will shoot with anything, and I will absolutely call out RED when I see something wrong. So a fanboy wouldn't do that. But yeah, the Blackmagic fanboys. The army, if you watch, it's hilarious. Anytime some new Blackmagic comes out, if you say something negative about it on YouTube, you'll see the same group of people go through and make the same type of comments. You don't know what you're doing. You have no clue. Just like my my unboxing video, which, you know, I apologize. I screwed up the audio. You know what I did? I plugged in the headphone. I plugged into the headphone adapter on the camera. Yeah, I mean, how stupid is that? It was dark. I plugged it into the wrong jack. And yeah, I had on-camera audio. Yeah, I clearly know how to do audio. I was really excited for unboxing. But I catch so much BS on the comment section for my unboxing video from, these are the RED haters. These are the Ginny Mag people, as I would say, because they just hate RED for some reason. And there's no logic to it. And they come around and they'll troll my videos and leave all the comments. And if you want to know who they are, just go to a Ginny Mag video and look, all the positive comments happen to come from the same people that go negative. It's weird. Leighton says, thanks for taking the time to answer it. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. And make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, because, you know, you'd be a great part. Be part of the team. Oh, that margarita is so good. As someone who shoots on both Sony and RED, what would you say to Sony people who say that RED Komodo is a RED gimmick? I would say, A, they either haven't touched it or they're not being honest. And this is someone who shoots Sony. I shoot stills on Sony. I freaking love, I mean, I really love Canon, but I'm just not happy. Wow, that sounded like Bill Murray from Ghostbusters. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with the Canon stills right now. However, the R5 is very interesting to me. And if some of the overheating, it doesn't take much, because I will use it for video too. If some of that overheating disappears, I might switch. I might. I love my Sony. It is really good. I shoot on the A7R III because it can shoot 8K time lapses, and I love doing that. Sony's look really good. They are a really nice camera. I like Sony, but to compare the two, they're not the same camera. They're not designed for the same purpose. So comparing them is not realistic. Comparing the Sony A7R IV or the R3 to the R5, maybe a bit of a comparison on photo, but not on video. Yeah, I mean, you get it. Question: will RED come out with cableless monitor like DSMC2? Well, they do. It's your phone or an iPad. Mikael, I think it's Mikael. I apologize, buddy. He's the guy who created full control for DSMC2 and RED control for Komodo, which is free with Komodo. It is live streaming to your phone, to iPad, and soon iPad in native. It is wonderful, and it's with Wi-Fi. it's amazing. I don't know if they'll do cableless. What I know about this top port is that it's far more than the top port on a DSMC2. It has so much more capabilities. I don't know what that is. I just know that it has far more. Bought you a margarita, but thank you. I appreciate that. That is true. You did. You bought me one, and I'm enjoying it. It's really good. The key to a good margarita is reposado tequila. So that's sipping tequila or añejo. Añejo is even better. And Cointreau instead of triple sec. Let's see here. Mr. Bo Roberts says, I'm jumping from 1080 on a DSLR to the Komodo, and I'm looking for more tutorial videos. Shoot it at 6K. Shoot it in medium quality. Bring it into your timeline. It'll render just fine. Follow that Premiere tutorial on how to color, because the colors will be wrong if you don't. And then just remember, it's raw. So you can go in and Premiere Camera Raw and tweak anything you want. And anything you do in Camera Raw is much better right there. It's good. Taylor says, hey, from Australia. Hello from Austin, Texas. Ali says, let's be honest, Blackmagic users are just people who wish they'd owned a Monstro, and I'm one of them. Well, I mean, there is a bit. I'm not going to diss Blackmagic owners, because quite honestly, I feel like the Pocket Cinema Camera 6K is a really cool camera. I think the new 12K, not for 12K. I think the new 12K camera is pretty cool for 4K video. And that's what you're going to find out as you dig into that camera is, yeah, it'll shoot 12K, but so is a Samsung. Samsung can shoot 8K on a phone. That doesn't mean you're going to give it to your client. Where the 12K comes in is it super samples to get a beautiful 4K. So the 12K Ursa Mini is a great 4K camera. I do believe there are people who are bitter that the best they can afford is a Blackmagic camera. And I don't say that as a negative, because quite honestly, I have been there where the best I can afford was the best I can afford. It's not a negative. Shoot what you have. You can tell a story, and they've been telling stories with VHS camcorders for years. Well, like 30 years ago, but they didn't have a Komodo in the future. Well, no, they didn't have the future. They didn't have Komodo to shoot. So they were able to tell their story with the VHS. So it's not always the camera. So that's why I always say, shoot what you got. And I don't try to destroy other cameras or diss them. I like Blackmagic. I find some of their stuff a little misleading and a little weird. I don't like their highlights. But other than that, it's a great camera. But there are some people who are mad because they don't have a Monstro. I'm mad because I don't have a Monstro. I'm not mad. Well, I'm mad that this year was not my good year, because it was going to be, and I was going to get a Monstro. So yeah, that's my take on that. Joe says, thanks. You're welcome. Ali says, speak for yourself. I want to do some C2. Yeah, okay. Wow, so many questions. Sorry. I keep jabbering on. Ali said, well, that was weird. Oh, you said it twice. I want the helium. I would go Monstro. I think Monstro is still my favorite sensor. It is a beautiful sensor. Next comes, it's so tough because now we've got Komodo in there. I don't know. Helium is actually my least favorite sensor of REDs. And again, it's my opinion. Doesn't matter what I think. You take it with a grain of salt. I think Dragon is one of their best sensors. Monstro is their best sensor. I think Gemini is pretty fantastic. And it's low light. So, I mean, every single thing that RED does is a little different than the other. So you can't just like stack them in order. It doesn't work. As Ali says, LOL. You're right. I could get my DSMC2 tomorrow and you would never pry my 4K from my, yeah, exactly. I don't like Cinema DNG. I think that's a horrible codec. And I mean, it's really, it's a slight. They're like, how do we get this to work? Well, let's just record stills 30 frames per second. I think it's a fine camera. I mean, I rented one for a while. I really considered buying a Pocket 6K. I really did, because I thought it was cool that you could get this tiny little package that shoots a version of RAW. It's not RAW, it shoots a version of RAW. Frosty says, I was sending you some Jenny mags. Please don't. I don't want them. I really don't. Mr. Bo Roberts says, dealing with RED R3D, what is something you wish you knew when you first started with RED? Any aggravating aspects? Yeah, don't overexpose. Don't underexpose. Give it a lot of light. Know the correct way to work with RAW, which, I mean, there are plenty of tutorials on RED's website and many other people. I have not done mine yet, and I apologize, but I'll be perfectly honest and blunt. I don't think I'm God's gift to RED cameras. So I mean, I'm happy to share what I know. I just think that there are so many other people that know it more than I, and I would just feel guilty like putting something out and someone think that I am God's gift to RED cameras, and I'm not. I learn every day. I mean, every single one of you on here, I learn from you. When you say something, when you pass along some little words of wisdom, I learn from you. And I firmly believe that every single person you meet you can learn something from. So, I mean, when it comes to RED, I mean, give it light. It loves light. And then don't be afraid to tweak it. Mess around with RAW, man. I mean, switch from low con to high con, switched from the roll-offs. I mean, you could tweak the heck out of it. Shooting, and Bo, you do not have DSMC2. You have Komodo, right? What I would say with people with DSMC2 is don't shoot in too high of compression, because you can kind of back yourself into a corner. The compression works really well, but there's a diminishing return there. I don't really shoot. I mean, I shoot for YouTube with it. I'll shoot at 10:1 in 6K. But when I'm with a client, I'm shooting 5 or 6:1. When I'm shooting something really pretty for me, it's 7:1. On this, I'm not shooting high quality. I'm shooting medium quality. And quite honestly, as soon as they give me low quality, I'm shooting low quality, unless it's like really, really, really compressed. I have the R5, and there is a way to deal with overheating, but I'm also buying the A7S3. It's useful. The Canon has a great photo camera. Yeah. So I mean, honestly, I want an 8K stills and a great 4K 422 10-bit video. 8K is cool, don't get me wrong, but I live in 4K. And that's why R5 has my attention. The A7S3, I'm really interested, but I have a feeling when it comes to astrophotography, it's not gonna do it. And yeah, there is a way to deal with the overheating. A friend of mine, you probably have seen him if you're on the Facebook groups, Adam Grumbo Films. He did that live stream where he took the card out and recorded external, and it didn't overheat, which he thought was interesting. And to be honest, Grumbo has 3 of the R5s. he's a wedding shooter behemoth. He comes prepared. I should have clarified Sony FS shooters hating over it. Yeah, that's true. Scott Layton is actually a talented filmmaker here in UK. Check out his stuff. Oh, I will. Thank you. I apologize that I don't know everybody. I would absolutely love to meet you someday, and feel free if you're on Facebook to connect with me. I'm this guy all the time, but cool. That's neat. David says, let's be honest, Blackmagic users are facts. Yeah. I mean, truth hurts. Yeah. Okay. I'm not, it's not my way to pick on other people. So, you get it. You get it. Character wise, how would you compare it to old Red MX or Alexa Classic? I have. What are you talking about? Komodo? If you're talking about Komodo, there's no question. Komodo is by far a much better sensor. I mean, but I mean, it's not fair to compare a 10-year-old camera to today. I mean, if Jared could have, and believe me, he tried, if he could have, he would have produced this sensor, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It was Mark who sold me on the helium. Ah, Toya, yeah. He's a powerhouse, and helium is nice, and I like helium. It's just my least favorite of the red. I mean, okay. Of the current line, MX is by far worse than helium, but like by far. Helium is a beautiful sensor, and it's 8K. It's hard to not like that. But when you compare it to all the others, I have a fondness for Dragon. I'm one of Jared will tell you, I'm one of the people that just don't want to switch from Dragon. I love my Dragon, but eventually he knows I will, because stuff is cool. Martoya Layton says, thanks, Sally. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Yeah, I will check you out. Absolutely. Also, the price difference. Last I knew, Monstro was 20 grand more. It's more than that. If I'm not mistaken, Monstro is $54,000 for the body only. To upgrade from this, it's 39 or 34. Now, to be honest, you can find some used Monstros for like 38. I think there's one right now on Facebook for 38,000. Buy it. It's killer. It's awesome. It's it's beautiful. Yeah, Monstro is nice. Ollie says Dragon 6K is still a gorgeous image, underrated and extremely affordable. Now, it is. So here's the two things that I love about Dragon. For nature, outdoors, I don't find a better look for me personally than Dragon. Even Monstro. I think Monstro compares, but I think Dragon outside in nature just excels. It looks so good to me. On skin, Dragon is drop dead gorgeous. It is, I mean, in every color skin. I mean, from the darkest of pigments on skin to the lightest of pigments on skin, Dragon does really well. Monstro does it better on skin, and Monstro does it better on low light. But I'm a sucker for skin. I love. There's a I can't think of her name. She's I think she's in the Guinness Book of World Records as the darkest model or the darkest skin on the planet. And her skin is like jet black. It is so wild, but it's freaking gorgeous. The way the light reflects off of it, I would love to shoot with her one day. Oh my God. She's gorgeous. But that skin, I love skin, and it's wild. And I never really understood skin until Andrew Kramer explained it on one of his tutorials one day on why it's hard to make 3D skin, digital skin, look right. And it has to do with the fact that we absorb light and reflect it back out. So our skin is not a hard surface. It is a, I'm sorry for going off tangent. I love skin. It will illuminate as it's illuminated. So you get kind of a reflectivity back. And that's what I love about skin. It's so all over the place, because you can have the like whitest, like albino skin color, but it reacts so differently than like a beige or a dark tan or an olive or even a very black skin color. It's wild. I love skin. I mean, if I could shoot models, sleeveless models, I would shoot sleeveless models all day long of every skin color on the planet. I'd figure out ways to make it look better, and I would learn as I go. What is the lowest frame rate the Komodo can shoot right now? 23.98. It is going to get the lower frame rates. It is. Seven Walls says, it makes sense for me, and I'm going to look at it. Honestly, never have. I don't need 8K, but I will definitely look. Yep. Tommy says, I love Dragon DSMC 1. Yes, Tommy does. Tommy does. It's a beast. It is a beast. I asked about old Red Max and Alexa Classics, as they are, to me, the most filmic digital cameras. Interesting. Komodo seems to be in this filmic territory. Well, Komodo is filmic for a couple reasons. Komodo is filmic because the global shutter is very film. The sensor, to me, it's not direct Dragon, but I really do consider it baby Dragon. I learns a lot from Dragon. As say. To me, one of the most filmic cameras is the Dragon sensor. The way it does things, it just feels right. Now, if I could have Dragon sensor, well, I guess I technically do with Komodo. The global shutter really, really does help. And I've only had this for 2 weeks, and not even 2 weeks. And I've had some pretty crappy days out there to film outside. So forgive me if I don't have a lot of footage yet. There's something about it. Komodo definitely, yeah. Seven Wall says that's global shutter. Yeah, I mean, he ain't lying. Frosty Flake says, we have 3 Monstros on the way for interactive productions. Monstros need the right glass or you're wasting your money. This is true. Monstros will extrapolate every problem out of glass. However, you put good glass on Monstro, whew, it's pretty, which is why it's my favorite. Now, what is DSMC3 going to have? I don't know. You have to wait till next year, almost certain. But I bet you there's going to be some good stuff coming. Joe says, what is the main thing you're waiting for in firmware right now? Personally, I can't wait for time lapse. Yeah, it's time lapse for me. I want my shutter speeds or my frame rates down to one frame a second. That is the number one thing that I would like to see first. Secondly, I'd like to see guides on SDI. I would like to see a low quality recording option. Yeah, I definitely would like to see that soon, really soon. And just for the record, this sucker's still cranking on battery. I love this thing. What else would I like to see on this? I would love to see frame processing if it's possible, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Anamorphic modes. I would like to see that. What else? I'd like to see the Premiere fixed, where the color's right in Premiere. Yeah, okay. VistaVision, baby. Well, that's an honest answer. I feel like the Komodo will be a backpack satchel camera, small enough to take on hikes or walks, or a go bag camera. You are right. You are 100% right. And that's what, so, I mean, I'll give you an example. I can't show you the big, but if you've all seen my channel, any of my videos on my channel, I usually put the DSMC2. Well, I mean, just keep this in mind. These are the 2 cameras. They look similar, but one of these, well, you can't see that one. One of these things is smaller than the other. Well, that was strangely hard. I use the big Mountain Smith backpack for my DSMC2, and I put in 3 lenses. I put in 4 batteries. I put in my matte box, my media, and all my ND filters, and that is my backpack. And it's quite big. It's really big. The same thing fits in this now. Komodo fits in this. 3 lenses, all my batteries, 2 media, all my NDs, my matte box. This little cute, it's so cute, isn't it? You just want to give it a hug, don't you? I want to. Fight More says, can you adjust compression ratio on Komodo? Sorry, this has already been discussed. So right now, so number one, it's not the same way as DSMC2. DSMC2, you can adjust from 2 to 1 all the way to like 30 to 1. You don't have that option on Komodo. You have right now high quality and medium quality. There is supposed to be a low quality, and I hope an ultra low quality. High quality is like a 2-to-1 compression. Medium quality is like a 4-to-1, maybe a 5-to-1. It's somewhere around there. So a 512 gig card, which we haven't talked about, but I need to. A 512 gig card will give you 30 minutes on high quality, 37 on medium quality. I kind of want to be at the hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So, compact flash, CFast, sorry. The one I'm going to tell you to buy right now is the Angelbird. The Angelbird, which is not in focus, but yeah, I mean, this is Angelbird 512s. Do not buy the 256s. They can't keep up. So you need the 512s in any of these CFast cards in order to keep up with the bitrate that's coming through, because these things crank out some serious bitrate. There is also ProGrade, and if you're a member of the RED Komodo users group, which I encourage you to do, there's a special deal for ProGrade. I think still, hopefully there is, but you can get a little discount. RED uses Angelbird. You can buy the Angelbird through RED. It'll be RED branded. You'll pay a little bit more for it, but you know it's Angelbird. But definitely buy that. If you want to buy them on Amazon, please consider helping me out. Let me switch to my close-up. Oh, well, that's awkward. Let me just. Oh, this is where I'm sitting. Let me just move me over. There we go. So use my Amazon link. I mean, I really don't make that much on Angelbird Media. It's hilarious because it's $900 and I don't make but like $16 or something like that. Whoops. Let go of the mouse, Scott. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to buy Angelbird or anything on Amazon, please use my link. You know, support me, help me. But ProGrade, if you're on the Facebook users, RED Komodo users Facebook group, which I encourage you to join because it's kind of cool. They have exclusive deals that you might want to do. People say the best camera is the camera you shoot with most, and Komodo being the small is going to be beastie for a lot of shooters. Honestly, Casey Neistat said it best. The best camera is the camera you have on you, because it doesn't really matter what you got to get the shot as long as you got the shot. But I will say it is now more likely that the Komodo will be the one that's on me versus the Dragon, because it's so cute and tiny. Neville says, global shutter, of course, helps with the filmic look, but color-wise, something is happening here, and I can't wait for the footage to confirm what I feel. It's a subjective thing, but I don't think you're wrong either. I get you. Angelbird is the best. Angelbird purchase using Scott Balcom's Amazon links is the bestest. And seriously, just go to any link down below, any link. Just click on it and don't buy whatever that is if you don't want it, and then just surf from there. It helps. Let's see here. I came into the DSMC2 sensor universe via the secondhand Raven after years of saving here in the islands. I'm from Samoa. Cool. And I'm so glad I went that route. Yeah, I will tell you, when the Raven came out, when it was first introduced, I was hooked on it. I was going to get it. I mean, it was like $49.50 for the Brain. And I hold on, I gotta put this on here because this is true. Drew, hey buddy, how's it going? Craft Show buys all their stuff with Balcom. How you doing, Drew? The Raven, I really wanted that camera, and I didn't get on the pre-order list at the time. I was short on cash, and then when it got to the point where they were saying it was going to be like 12 months before they could release the next, you know, the people that were signing up now, at that point I started thinking, maybe I shouldn't. And then the price went up, and then the price went up. That's a long story, but the price went up so that they could get them out faster, which was completely understandable. But yeah, no, I love Raven. Raven is Dragon. It's just not 6K Dragon. It's 4.5 and it's Dragon, which means it looks great, especially on nature and skin. What are you using for your CFast card case? I'm not. I use these. These are my Ziploc bags, my zipper bags. Go to my Christmas special, I think back at Christmas. And I have a link to these on that Christmas special. But they're like $10. I just throw them in there because they zip up and they're not going to fall out. Raven has lovely colors. You are correct. It really does. Nabil, I don't know how to say that. Sorry. Could be to do with the sensor size. Also, don't forget Alexa Classic is a 1080 cam and MX 4K. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, everybody should buy their stuff with Balcom links. Everyone. Seven Wolf says, "Oh, I never knew that. Oh, you didn't know that Drew used Balcom links, or you didn't know that it was classic?" Yeah, okay. I'm saving my Balcom points up for when I want a Kessler crane. So order one. So, I mean, straight up honest, I don't make any money on Kessler crane. So all of you, here's what I encourage. This is what I always say, and I've been saying this for probably 3 years. When you order, and you will order from Kessler Crane, just in the comment section, just says Scott Balcom says hi, or just says, I want a smile from Scott, or something like that. They read them. They really do laugh. I really do get a smile, and I smile back. That's literally what I get. I do not make any money. They do not pay me to say anything. I will be, forthcoming and honest that I did some tutorial videos for them, and I was paid for that. But that was a job. That's not the same thing as me reviewing, because all that stuff is completely true. So I will tell you, go seriously consider the Cine Shooter. The Cine Shooter is the king. Also, I mean, if you're not into the whole Cine Shooter, let me reach over here and grab it. The Cine Shooter, the Second Shooter Pro is pretty cool. It's really cool. It is really cool. Kessler's got a lot of cool stuff that is going to be coming. So you really do want to buy into this Kessler universe. It's really good. But Seven Wall, yeah. Honestly, go out there, check out their stuff, buy anything that makes sense to you, and just put at the bottom, say, I want a smile from Scott Ball. Phrase it any way you want. Just say Scott. They know who it is. I mean, everybody there knows my name. And I am going, I think September. I'm working on it. I got to get the van finished, but I'm going to do a journey. I was planning on doing it last year. I'm going to do a journey up there, and I'm going to do a full tour of Kessler Crane. I want to show everything that I can. I got it. Yeah. It'll be September, I think. You plug away, Scott, get that money. I make so little money from all this. I really do this with love, because I do get margaritas. I get margaritas, and I do get a couple of cigars from it. But I've done on live streams, I've shown how much money I make. It's pretty pitiful. So no one can accuse me of selling out. Because anybody that accuses me of selling out and then they saw my revenue from this, they would go, "Oh, I'm sorry." Do you think you could pull stills from Komodo footage for print? Absolutely. You can pull stills from this. You can pull stills from this. 6K is 6K. It is really good. Just a reminder, set your shutter speed up higher, or change your angle to lower. So 90 degree or 45 degrees, so you can get that crispiness. Craftstar says, sorry if you've already covered this, but how's playback? Like, what can you play back off of USB 3? I don't know what that means, because this doesn't have a USB jack. But do you mean, so this plays back, and I don't know what it is yet, This I can play back on Premiere Timeline, which I know you don't use Premiere, but Premiere Timeline in full quality. I can play this back and it doesn't stutter or skip. DSMC 2 will do it occasionally and stutter and skip. So there's definitely something more efficient going on here. But it also could be that this is being shot at 4:1 and this is being shot at 7:1. That's possible. Balcom bucks. That's true. Or, as Drew would say, Balcom bucks. Sorry, I got to give him a hard time. No one ever pronounces my name right. I don't understand. I introduce myself as, hey, what's up, Scott Balcom here. Balcom. And I always explain to people, do you wowk? Do you talk? Do you chalk? No, you walk, talk, and chalk. So, Balcom. Bing. If you switch items after clicking a link, yeah, you do. So here's how it works with Amazon. And I don't think I'm actually supposed to say, I don't know why Amazon's got some weird terms, but if you click on my link, any shopping that you do from that point forward that you check out within 24 hours, I will get credit for. So if you click on my camera link and then you go and say, I don't want a camera, I want to buy toothpaste. You buy the toothpaste. As long I'm jittery again. Oh, this OBS virtual thing is weird. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on, let me fix this because I can't handle the jitter. Makes me look like I've been drinking coffee all day. There we go. So you have to check out within 24 hours, and then I'll get credit for it. And it's very small percentage. It's between 1% and 3%. It just depends. And some of it's even less. Some of it's none at all. But I mean, the way I would tell you is that anytime you want to go shopping, just go to one of my videos, just click on the link, and then from there, go shopping. Now, if you've already added it to your cart, I won't get credit for it. But that's okay. I mean, we can still be friends. I'm not hardcore. I mean, just anything you can do to help, I appreciate it. It's no big deal. Craft Show Balcom Bucks. This belongs in a t-shirt. Well, are you talking about the Balcom Bucks or the Craft Show Balcom Bucks? Because we've talked about shooting something together, but we haven't shot anything together yet. Sorry, 7. That's funny because I just built my Quasar plate and I dubbed it the Balcom Lenny plate. I think we need to get all this merch to be. I do want to do some merch. I hate the term merch. I want to do some t-shirts, and I really do. What I don't want is I don't want a t-shirt that's advertising me, because that's, to me, it's about as conceited as you can get, and I'm just not that guy. I feel silly, and I'm like, who's gonna wear me? You know what'd be funny though, if someone did a caricature of me, that probably would sell, because if it's big, stupid, dumb, goofy Scott on a t-shirt saying, shoot your camera, you got your Komodo, they probably would sell. I don't know. I do want to do some merch. How many would buy a t-shirt or a hat? And put yes or no, or to which one. Just put t-shirt or hat, or both, if you would literally buy a t-shirt or a hat. Don't blow smoke up me. I just want to gauge, because I can make something happen. I just don't want to. I'm me. But the Quasar plate is yeah, I like that. The Balcom Lenny, Balcomini. That's probably what you're trying to say. Yeah, okay. I'd love to find an FD mount to EF to RF for my FD lenses in Komodo. They are really compact. Yeah, there will be. I mean, as RF gets more and more, because there's no reason there's no reason that FD can't be converted to RF. Post playback. And Craft Show is asking about. Yeah, it plays back fine. I don't have. I mean, it's. I honestly believe if you shoot Dragon at or any DSMC2 at 4:1, that's how it plays back. It plays back fine. If you have an NVIDIA card. If you don't, well, then buy an NVIDIA card and use Amazon. Ollie says, Kessler products are money in the bank. Bought my second shooter 5 years ago and just got a huge upgrade from them. What company does that? That's true. If you have a second shooter, or even if you have an Oracle, if you have one of the old Oracle ones from like even further, they'll trade it in. They'll give you, I think, like $600 credit on the new Cine shooter. And oh my God, is this so good? And for those people that want to claim that Kessler copied, no. I've answered that enough. And quite honestly, on my Facebook, when that stuff comes back, I'm just going to delete I don't want that kind of negative conversation because it's just not true. If you want to do facts, look the other way. But over there. And Crash Show says, I spittalked. I like the Maddalini clamp, but the Balcolini, let's just do Balcolini. I like that because it's more apt that Drew at Craft Show won't pronounce it the Balcolini. Now he will. The Balcolini. It's good enough. It's and David says yes. I don't know what that's for. Yes, but okay, cool. So that is yes for t-shirt or yes yes for both. Yes for both. Now. Yep. Okay. Daniel, when is it coming out? I'm assuming you're asking about Komodo. You can buy a Komodo right now. All you have to do is send an email to the president of RED. This is not a joke. Literally, send an email. And I'm not going to give you the email address, and I don't want anybody else to type it in because I won't allow it in anyway. Just Google it. It's not hard to find. I feel like that's like the entry. If you want to get it, then just Google. But email the president of RED. His email address is very easy. And say, I would like to purchase a Komodo Stormtrooper. And understand it costs $7,000. And you'll be on a list. And they'll get to you as soon as they can. When they email you, be ready. Don't just say you want one and then not buy one. Because all that does is slow things down. So if you really do want one, send an email to Jared. And they will get back to you. It'll take them a couple of weeks to get back to you. They will get back to you. You'll be on the list, and you will get a Komodo. When? LOL 2020? Yeah, okay. Kessler copied it for sure from the Senator. All right, you win the internet for the day there you go. That made me laugh. I was like, Ollie, you're not falling for this crap. Carp. See, I try not to cuss, but I guess crap is okay. The Balcolini it is. It also sounds like a bad bikini. I wear the Balcolini. Oh no. Oh, I just drilled it down a little further. Let's not ever associate it with a bikini. No, okay. Canon R5 versus A7S3 versus Komodo versus 12K Blackmagic. Just your thoughts. Sure. I would buy the Canon R5 for the stills. I would buy the Canon A7S3 for the video. Seriously, compare those two together because they're both mirrorless SLR cameras. Or they're not even SLRs. They're just mirrorless cameras. Komodo versus Blackmagic. Well, number one, they're not the same thing. This is this big. An Ursa Mini 12K is this big. Also, remember, just because you can shoot 12K doesn't mean you will. Remember, a Samsung, this is an iPhone, but I mean a Samsung Galaxy S20 can shoot 8K video. Do you think your client's going to pay for that? Unless they're Samsung. But I mean, do you think they're going to pay for 8K video off of the Samsung phone? Nope. Do you think anybody's going to shoot 12K and sell 12K as 12K from the Ursa Mini? unless they're Blackmagic? Nope. And the reason is, look at a Samsung 8K video. Look at the Blackmagic 12K video. Tell me they don't look the same. Pixel pitch, so tiny, it looks like an iPhone video. That's my rant. That being said, you shoot a Blackmagic 12K at 4K, super sampling that sensor, it's going to be good. It's going to look good. But the Komodo is not that camera. They don't compare. This has global shutter. It does not. It's not even close. It has rolling shutter and a lot of it. This is not a high frame rate camera. That one is. This one, this not being the Dragon, but the G2 does not shoot RAW. Komodo shoots RAW. Let me be clear. Komodo shoots a compressed RAW. It is 16-bit RAW, undoctored, compressed RAW. Blackmagic strips bits. It's a 14-bit sensor. They strip it down to 12 bits, which means it cannot be RAW. And I say that because I want people to stop calling it RAW. It's got RAW features. And as long as you know that, then fine, shoot it, enjoy it, love it. It's a great camera. Do it. But don't call it RAW. It's not RAW. It's stripped RAW. I feel like I'm a preacher on a pulpit. And you need to walk forth with this sermon in life. It really did sound that way, didn't it? I need more margarita, don't I? She's going to ask me about dinner, but I'm going to ask her about margarita. Margarita. Hopefully that made sense. I didn't mean for that to be brutal, but none of those cameras are the same, except Canon R5 versus A7S III are pretty close, but the A7S III is not designed for stills. It's designed for video. The R5 is designed for both, but it just happens to do one of them with overheating, which they need to fix, and they will probably. Ollie says, I just realized Red is in Jared's name. It's not by any, I'm sure it's coincidence. Cristiano, nice name. I like that. Hopefully I said it right. Fascinating. Thank you. Haha. Okay. Cinema DNG. Yeah, this is true. You're right. However, that's not compressed RAW. So there, and Ari can shoot. You see her hand come in? Yeah, you saw it. She doesn't like to be on camera much. Ari can shoot RAW, and a lot of them can shoot RAW out of HDMI, which is fine. It's the codec that matters. So Cinema DNG is RAW. I'm not a fan of it because it's not designed for, well, I guess technically it is designed, but it's not really a video grade codec. It's designed for stills. There's a reason that they took a big loss on there, because think about it. Cinema DNG is RAW but compressed. Blackmagic RAW is not RAW but compressed. Now, who owns the patent for compressed RAW in camera? What do you think Cinema DNG is? Compressed RAW in camera? Wonder why they changed. Have you tried a Gimbal Steadicam? How's the balance? It balances great. I mean, I could do it right now if I could find my plate. I don't know where my plate is. So I will tell you what? Oh, it's going to be loud. It's going to be blender coming on. Sparking. It's going to be funny if I get like a little tipsy, but I won't. Seven Wall says, I heard it was Apple and Red. No, Apple wanted to do ProRes RAW in camera. You can't do ProRes RAW in camera because Red owns the patent. And guess what happened? Apple sued Red to try to, and it's normal, and that's what Red was saying. Jared was saying the whole time. Apple loves, or Red and Apple love each other. They have a great relationship. Can you look in there and find the plate for this? It should be in the floor in there, I think. Oh, you almost saw her hair go through. And Jared said they love Apple. They love working with Apple. Apple, as a normal scope of business, has to probe. They have to see if they can break through that patent, because if they can, then they don't have to pay a licensing, and they can get no, it should just be the plate. It's just the plate. It looks like a plate. It should be in there on the floor, I think. Huh? Maybe. I don't know. What do I do with? Oh, I've got it right here, of course. Whoops. I'm gonna get in trouble. I've got it. So Apple sued Red as a normal procedure to try to break through that. And guess what? Red won the patent. It's a patent challenge, and it's very, very, wow. It's pretty common for patents to be challenged like that. And Red knew they were going to win, and Apple pretty much knew they weren't going to win, and they didn't. So what that means is, if they want to get compressed RAW, they have to license it through Red. There you go. I'm gonna balance this here in just 1 second, Tommy. Or something along. Definitely Red was in the convo. I don't remember. Yep, you're right. You kind of are. LOL. What am I kind of are? That pesky patent, driving camming manufacturers. Well, it pays to be first. It always does. The Kessler plate doesn't fit the. No, but they make one. They make one, but they don't make a K plate with one. Now this is the coolest thing on the planet right here. If you ain't got your red tool, you need your red tool. So we'll just unscrew this. Never mind. The Ronin plate fits over in other places, but not the other way. Yeah, I think it can be built. Rex is very hot. I'm not hitting record, am I? Yeah. Oh, I am hitting record. Wow, how long have I been recording? Pretty funny. Apparently I tapped the record button. Hey, buddy. How's it going? So the front of the lens goes here. I'm just going to do it with one screw right now. I usually use 2 screws. Hi, buddy. You hot? Oh, you are, buddy. Really what he wants to do is he wants to go swimming. And we're not going swimming at the moment. I probably will after the live stream. All right. So now we've got our Ronin plate on here. Now, this is going to be an interesting balance, and I almost certainly is going to hit the bottom or hit the back because it's got a very long lens on the front. Now we're going to have to balance way. Okay, we're front. We're to the side. Okay, we're just balancing this live. Is the patent 11 herbs and spices? I don't know. That would be tasty. I could, it's the Red original. Red's original spices, yes. Okay. So, okay, we're just a little far back. So we'll bop it forward. Now we're a little too far forward. We'll go back. A little too far forward. Yeah, that'll work. Watch this. Oh, go turn it on. And bing! And then it comes to life. There we go. We got ourselves a perfectly functional drone and it's doing really good. Now we are hitting the back. See this? So what I would recommend is that you, let's just tilt that down, wrong way. I would recommend if you're going to be shooting low to reverse the camera. That way you won't hit the front. See, I mean, you can. Works just fine. And there you have a perfectly balanced Ronin S. And it will go on the Kessler. What's it called? I have it. The quick kill shock. There we go. Let's see here. Never mind the Ronin placements the other way around. Yep. Okay. You should rename the streams Tipsy Thoughts on Komodo. I'm really not tipsy, by the way. Scotty B. Wow, that's hot coming out that side. It does crank out the heat. I'll give you that. Let's just get this over here. Wow, I should have just had it on the Ronin the whole time. I could just look at that. People are like, "Oh, can you show me the side?" I sure can. There you go. Do you consider yourself a Red fan? Yeah, I am. I'm a fan of the company and I'm a fan of the products. Am I a fanboy? A little bit, but I think the difference is that a fanboy believes that Red can do no wrong, and I will absolutely, and Jared can tell you this, I'll absolutely call him out if I think he's wrong. 11 Herbs and Spices. Okay, that's interesting. I literally got my camera when that went down March 2019. I took delivery. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And they won. And, there's that one guy, I won't even mention his name, and no one should mention it in chat either. Ollie, if anyone does, just delete it because I'm not going to give him any credit. But he spent 45 minutes telling you something he could say in 1 minute, which meant nothing because all he's trying to do, he's bitter. And that's, there you go. Let's see over here. I went on back order and what I got, mine was in stock. The next wave of cameras, original DNG firmware. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's the story. I see your beatbox. Where's my beatbox? This? Tommy, do you think we will see Komodo in Apple store? No, I don't think so. That was an interesting relationship. And there's more to that relationship. Seven Wall says, ha, 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 ha. I'm assuming that's the way you laugh. Did you literally, while you're typing, go, ha, 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 ha? I don't know. Oh, damn, Drew. I was drinking when I saw that. Literally drinking, but I mean, like, yeah, that pretty. I'm not gonna read it, but everybody else did. So yeah, no, that was that was exactly right. Oh, thank you, Ollie, for making an appearance in the bitter video. Yes, I did. I kind of went back and forth. I'm like, you know what? He's using my video without permission. And I thought about, I don't mind so much if he would just link me below, but I feel like with the people that love him, if he would link me down below, it would probably bring more trolls. And I honestly don't feel, I mean, I don't know the guy, but I don't feel like we're on a negative relationship because I actually think he's a brilliant editor. I mean, his videos are really well edited. I'll give him that. I just feel like he needs to move along. I mean, like a lot. Now 7 Wall Film says, ha ha ha, I don't know how you're typing that. Ha 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 ha. I mean, it's actually pretty easy. You just, you know. 3 hours. Wow, we've been on here a long time. Scott, you are the Red Mag? Nah. Well, keep in mind the Red Mag was the original one. That's the kind that Tommy Chase shoots with. I'm more of a mini mag myself. It's so cute and adorable. But then there's compact flash. It's so cute. You know, that whole thing, it really bothered me. And it bothers me that there are so many people that are so, and I'm going to say this way, that they're so cheap that they don't want to pay for something to be developed. You know, they feel like they look at the Komodo and they say, well, so-and-so could tear it apart and build the whole thing for $2,000. I don't know if that's true or not. Got the hiccups, but they're not this related. It's a Balkan thing. So they would claim that it's only a $2,000 device, but you're selling it for $7,000. But there's development involved. It is not free to develop. They built their own sensor. And yeah, Red builds their own sensor. They built their own sensor and they got global shutter, the thing no one else could do. They got it in here. Well, very few people could do. Some got it. They got it in here for $7,000. That costs money, which means they need to make the money back. Now, right now, people are like, I can't believe people would pay $1,000 more. You're paying $1,000 because these are being made by hand by people at the RED studios, literally building them there. So, yeah. He used your clip without permission? Yeah, he did not ask me for permission to use my clip. He just used it. I mean, in fairness, it probably constitutes fair use. I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to state absolutely because if it ever got down to a legal thing, I'm going to say nope. Yeah, you get it. But I'm not trying to draw any negativity to my channel either. I have enough problems with people saying I don't know how to do audio, even though there are 400 videos where my audio is just fine. But there's one where Scott screwed up. Yeah. I have the 256 gig version, which doesn't show up in the Red SKU. Oh, interesting. Craft Show. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, Drew. That deserves a couple slurps on this margarita. You also pay for name, reputation, and service. On top of that, 7, you pay for all the attorneys that it takes to counteract lawsuits and put lawsuits out there for people who steal your IP. It is tough being in business. For a low-carb tortilla, love you. Talk soon. I appreciate it. And I had one for lunch today. I had a low-carb tortilla around a cheeseburger. It was good. Oh, I'll take it back. That's for audio less. Harsh. At least from you. I know you're kidding. Or are you? You're not kidding, are you? You think I suck at audio? Thank you, Drew. I appreciate it. And then there's 7. Oops. I mean, I'm going to do that every time you do that. Also, I've been keeping track. Each time you add 2 additional ha's. I appreciate that. And I just want you to know that, I notice the little things in life, and I appreciate the extra amount of sentiment that happens. I'm going to power this off because I feel like I'm going to break it. But yeah, you can clearly, easily Komodo this bad boy right onto a Ronin S, which will go right down here so that I don't knock it and my dog won't lay on it. And then I will turn this over and swap out my plate. Because, quite honestly, the Kessler quick plate, which is a really cool plate. I mean, if you don't want to run the rods, I mean, the rods, I completely get it. And then you got the K plate, or you can deal with a wooden camera, or all those others. But for running fun, that is patented Scott Balcom wording. Running fun. This is my plate of choice because you can set it down, and it's ready to go. And it's also level. I like that it's level. We just crank it on there, and we tighten it up, and then we feel good about ourselves, and then we reflect. We let everyone know how we feel. Because Balcom Blue, I love you, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. All right, who gets that reference? Let's see here. Scott, there needs to be a Komodo cook-off competition. You get points for footage, protein, presentation, and temp. Yes. So I will announce it here. I've told a couple people about it already, and I've already got several people lined up. So as I've said, back here is going to be a cooking set. And I am going to prepare some Balcom-inspired meals. But also, we're going to do live stream cooking with special guests who are going to prepare their meal, and I'm going to prepare it at the same time. And I've been talking with several. So if you see this idea, you'll know it's mine because they completely ripped it off because I haven't seen it yet. But I will have like Pap or John Connor or several other people who I know can cook a few things. They're going to live stream and make something. They're going to give me the ingredients ahead of time, and then I'm going to make it with them while we all live stream the preparation. It's going to be fun and probably a little dangerous as well. But that will be on my cooking side as well. So yeah, that's coming. You got to teach the wife to subtly change the light in the background to moonlight for us. Yeah, I can do that. Let me get the wife to do that. Hold on one second. Do I not have that light on here? I don't. Huh. Well, I was going to do it. I was going to do it and then say she was doing it, but that didn't work. Okay, wait. You got the remote? Is that bad boy bicolor? It is. It is, but I don't have the right remote. And I didn't connect this up to my... I really feel guilty at this point. I'm going to... You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that right now live while we're... somewhere the other remote exists. Whoa. No, you're not going out. Let me go over here, and I'm going to hit Bluetooth reset. So you just go into menu, Bluetooth reset, and you say, yep. And then you're going to add it. I'm going to add a light. I'm adding it, but it's not. I think I got to do it again. There we go. Now it should show up. There we go. Setup. Yes. Boom. Now, I've got it on Citus Link now. There we go. We're going to add that right there. And looky there. Oh, I didn't realize it was not at full volume. There we go. Look at that. There we go. We got some moonlight going on. Let's dim that down a little bit. There we go. Now we're feeling it. Now we're golden. Ollie says, awesome. Tommy, thank you again, Tommy. You're so helpful to me, buddy. Great point on the 1K price difference in Stormtrooper. Never thought about it. The handmade aspect. Canon, Sony, Blackmagic. That's true. I mean, the whole thing with Komodo has been hilarious because there have been so many people who've been complaining. When is it going to be available? When is it going to be available? Because they saw it and they're like, I want this. I want it now. Give it to me. How do I get this? But Red was developing it on the fly. And that's who does that? No one. The only thing you ever know is that so-and-so is going to release a camera, someone leaked the picture, and now you got an idea. Nope. Here's Red going, this is what we're developing. We're working on it. We'll let you know. And that's literally what happened. And it took them a while. Yeah, but look what they got. They got Balkan Blue. Balkan Blue. It's so pretty. Tommy says, I can cook. Yeah, but Tommy, you don't cook your meat very well. Read the next comment. Damn it. LOL. Beautiful. You're welcome. I'm here for you, man. You know what we could do? I need to add the rest of them on here too, but let's go ahead. Let's set some moods. That's there. Let's go back to fixtures. Let's get some moonlight going. We're going to get off a cop car because Tommy, you were all about the. So we're going to set that there. I'm going to go ahead and turn off B. That's my soft light that's right here. But notice we have a beautiful soft light right here. It's the 300C and it's at 2%. What's 100%? Oh, it looks like that's not good. Turn it off. And that now we just have the hive light. But let's dial in a little blue. That's a little fake. That's looking better. Just a little bit of moonlight. Yeah, that looks good. Let's turn off that one. Yep. Elon does develop on the fly. The difference is the stuff goes boom. Well, not always. Some of the stuff doesn't go boom. But Elon is pretty brilliant. Yeah. Wow, that was pretty strong. Elon is pretty brilliant in that they don't do, by the way, this thing's still cranking along. It was even recording for quite a while, too. Elon doesn't do model years on cars. He just thing comes out and the next thing comes out. Well, let's see what. Hey, turn studio off. Well, that was weird. Now we're getting some mood here. Let me turn this down a little bit. All right, we're gonna have to lose the hive. Let's pull that up. Let's pull down. Let's get the hive off. We'll turn the hive off. All right. Oh, now we're feeling it. Look at that. So by the way, that's at 3%. I don't like it either. I want to go 1%. That's 2%. How's that? That looks pretty good. Is that moonlight? Does that make you feel like moonlight? I feel like it does. Comment down below. We got the Moonlight Bros. Moonlight Bros. We're at 3 hours and 38 minutes. Man, I still got 22 people in the video, which is actually, because it reports badly, it's probably closer to 30. Shazam, sorry. I'm new to Red. Is this a good entry camera to Red ecosystem? I have a Blackmagic Ursa. Yeah, it really is a good. I would say no. Before this, the Raven and the Gemini, or no, the Scarlet W were good intros into Red, but this is a really good intro into Red. I mean, really good intro. We'll We'll see if Tommy can cook. We'll see. How's the color? Does the color look good? Let's go back to fixtures. Let's take this one. We're at full 6500 blue. Yeah, I think it looks... I think this is about as moonlit as you can get. I mean, because... I mean, the funny thing is moon is not blue, but the world of movie making makes it blue. It's actually gray. But yeah. Really? Does not work with this anymore? That's interesting. So it won't do the remote at the same time. Let's see here. So Shazam says, "Thanks, bud. You're welcome." It's a really good camera. It really is. It's nice, and I mean, even by the moonlight here, you can see it looks beautiful in this Balkan blue. There you go. You need your MCs to do the fire settings so we can have fireside chat. No, I don't, because watch this. We're going to go to the P300C. This has become like a hilarious show. But the fact that my live stream has continued to go, I'm going to leave it be. There we go. We got a nice little fireside chat. We can, that's all through the P300C. Anybody have any marshmallows? Okay. There we go. You mentioned updates coming for low frame rates, but do you have any knowledge of really? No, there's not going to be any more higher frame rates. It's not going to happen. Not in this body. Not in this design. Not with this. It's not going to be higher. It's capped on its potential inside this body. I mean, look how tiny it is. It's so cute. It's so pretty. I mean, there's only so much heat they can disperse. There's only so much horsepower they can put in. There's only so much power they can draw. I mean, they're using these little Canon batteries. These things are tiny. Tiny little batteries. You know, people are like, I want smaller. Well, you got smaller. But you have the trade-off of, you know, you can't power anything else with it. So it's kind of capped at that. Isn't it crazy how many great products have been released in 2020? The year trade shows that events are, yeah, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing because I'm afraid trade shows are going to get canceled. The reason I think that's bad is Cinegear and NAB are two things that I go to every year. And it's 50% about the stuff, 50% about the people. It's connecting with all of you wonderful people who we may never cross paths, except we can all be at the same place at the same time because we're interested in the same thing at the same place at the same time in the same show. But yeah, I mean, I'm afraid that trade shows are going to take a hit in this. Seven Wall says, yeah, man, that's amazing. But he didn't say ha, 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 ha. Do forest fire settings. All right. Run! That's the best I could do. Wow, that is really moody. I like that. You know, that light 100% is coming from my monitor. That's at 2% fireside chat. Kind of cool. Can't wait to test my Komodo. Got a music video shoot tomorrow using digital Sputnik tubes and aperture lighting. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's going to be cool. And let me let you in a little secret here. Let me add some logs to the fire. There we go. Add some logs to the fire. Don't be afraid to whip pan, because I'm telling you, when you whip pan with a Komodo, woo, it looks so good. And it's something that people are not used to, because they're used to the Jello where you whip pan, it goes, it's like whip panning with global shutter, or with rolling shutter, is like a sci-fi movie going into warp space. It's like, and then it goes, but with rolling shutter, with global shutter, it's insane. I can't do this anymore. Sorry. I mean, I like the fire. It's beautiful and all, but I mean, I'm a big fan of real. Let's be real for a moment. You know, I love remote. Hey Siri, turn studio on.
Just a sec. Okay.
Can anybody tell me how to turn her off? I've disabled everything that says feedback, but I really don't need to know that she did what I said, because the lights came on. I know, I get it. All right, I'm apologize here, but I prefer the sunlight coming through my beautiful windows. There we go. Okay. Would you pay half the cost for Masters of Motion if it were virtual? That's a good question. I don't know, and I don't think so. And I love John and Christina with all of my heart. They're truly some of the best people in the industry. But think about it this way. When you go to Masters of Motion, and those of you who don't know this is not margaritas. Those of you who don't know what Masters of Motion is, in Austin, every year in December, which not this year, and now in Philadelphia, but not this year, they do this event for like 100 to 120 people max. And they fly in like DPs from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and like movies from Avatar. I mean, just the very top DPs, producers, everybody. They come in and they talk to you in a kind of interpersonal way. And then they have live hands-on kind of learning, and then they go back to interpersonal with up on stage. But it's only 100 to 120 people. They limit it. They don't want it to be a giant event. 50% of that whole thing is the networking, because you literally get to sit down with your margarita and sit down with the director of The Walking Dead or the DP of The Walking Dead and say, so Super 16, huh? I like that. Yeah, I mean, you get to do that. And that is 50%. However, if you're online, then you don't get that 50%. And you don't get the connection to the 50%. So I would say it's probably worth 33%. That's tough. Seven Wall says, why would I? Ha ha ha, it's your beautiful light. Well, thank you. I work really hard at my lighting. I try to make it look pretty. I really love good lighting. And I mean, I honestly will stare at every single frame of everybody's everything to figure out how they do the lighting, so that I can kind of learn what they did and duplicate it. Ollie, you need to come to Masters of Motion. Director Chase says, nice, thumbs up. With Siri mute notifications? How do you do that? Help me. I do not know of such a thing. Siri, I have American female, and I have voice feedback, hands-free only. That's the only option I have. I don't have mute notifications. Where do you see such a thing? You're one of those Alexa people. Watch this. Alexa, turn lights off. There you go. It really isn't, Seven. I mean, I mean, these are good margaritas. They really are, but they're not inhibiting me yet. The third one, this probably will become fun. Tipsy with, yeah, okay. Where's Ava? If Siri is anything like Google Assistant, see, I say jerk because I said that and immediately goes, oh, yes, how can I help you? If X is anything like, hey, Google Assistant, the only way to turn it off is to remove its microphone permissions. Hope this might point you in the right direction. Yeah, I thought the feedback was going to be it, but apparently not. I also have the bar lights over here, which you can't see. I'm not wide enough. But yeah. Let's see. Someone just sent me a text. I mean, it's Tommy because he just said that he just sent me a text. No, that's the Apple Watch. Doesn't mute her. She still talks all the time. Tommy teaching me something I don't know. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this thing up in 4 hours. So we got 9 minutes and 30 or 23 seconds. So do you have any more questions in the last 9 minutes? Because it's 4 hours and it's still going. I mean, let's see. I don't know if that camera's still. Nope. I was going to show you the battery. It's like at over 3/4 of the second battery. She doesn't talk for me. She doesn't talk to you. That's really what it is, Tommy. She's like, you know what? Talk to the hand. Talk to the watch. So. This has been a really nice live stream. I really have enjoyed it. It's been really cool. Yeah, all my problems seem to have been stemmed around the from the internet going funky. Tim Dow says, I just got back from dinner. Well, Tim, you don't get any special treatment. I already called you out several times. Did you talk about my Komodo Gemini helium comparison video? Yes, I did multiple times. Can y'all let him know that yes, I did, and let him know that all those subscribers that he just got were all 100% because of me. The 3 red cams you'd take if you could own any. Yeah, sure. Gemini, Dragon, Monster. Ooh, boy. Ooh, because Komodo's in there. Wow. You know what? No. I'm going to go. Yeah. Wow, that's rough, dude. I'm going to toss up between Dragon and Komodo because they both look very similar. But this global shutter, not global shutter. I have to have Monstro and I have to have the low light of Gemini. Damn you, Tommy Chase. Damn you. Yeah, I think it came up 6 hours or so ago. And Tim types, ha 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 ha. Wait. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Tim, it rocked. I thought the helium and Komodo matched great. To me, I thought the Gemini and the Komodo matched great. Ooh. Why did sushi just enter my brain? And I'm kind of wondering what we're having for dinner because it's like 8 o'clock and I have not eaten. But I have enjoyed my not Coca-Cola. Answer my question. What's your question? I did. I literally answered your question. No. You don't get to own this live stream. No. Tommy, it's not about you. It's about all of these wonderful people, excluding yourself. So let me part the C's. It's all of these wonderful people, but not you. It's not about you. You know what's interesting? I played with fog back here, and it really looked horrible. I thought it would be, oh, that'd be so cool. You get the rays. No, it really looked bad. I feel like there's a lot of dimension in this shot. Oh, you know what? I take that back. Stay. My dog is like, where are you going? Can I go with you? Are you going to eat? Can I have some food too? I like hamburgers. I love hamburgers. I forgot these two things. I bought these the other day, and I have not put them out on my set design yet. I feel like I'm not really a YouTuber unless I do, but need a couple of plants. I feel like a couple of succulents and some plants really go a long way. No, I'm not going to use haze, and I didn't skirt around it. I just failed to answer it reasonably. All right. Wow. I mean, kudos for, okay. So there's a bunch of you out here. I want everyone to respond in the chat. Just say that you're still here, because I have a number here. And I want to see how many of you are actually here. And then also next to it, say t-shirt or hat or both, or no thank you. I want to know how many people are interested in some merch, and how many of you are still here. I'll wait. Just, talk amongst yourselves. I mean, type amongst yourselves, unless you're 7, you're like going, ha, 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 ha. Are margaritas better? I think they are better. I think that. So we got Tommy Chase is not here, but he wants both of them. Got to angle the light from the higher up. It looks like there is a volumetric beam that needs. Yeah, I mean, I did that. I went up higher, but it didn't show up in the shot. And oddly enough, I mean, that's a real window, but you can't see it. I mean, if you could imagine a real window. I mean, I built the set with a real window. It's a glass window, and it's a double pane because it's an old window that I swapped out. So it's like, it's got diffusion built into it. So yeah, it's a 7 says t-shirt. Still here, my dude. Preferably hat, but both. Interesting. Do y'all have a preference on hats? Do y'all like the trucker hat or what? I'm a big fan of the cloth hats. These are my favorite hats, but because I sweat here, I only wear these hats for my live streams and my videos. So, it's a little inside baseball. Tommy says, no. Phil, I'm sometimes here. Hats are for heady people. Well, Phil, you have a head. I've seen it in person many times, but I've never seen you wear a hat. So I guess I'll give you that one. Ali says here. Ali says, I don't want no hat. I'm no sure. That's cool. Evan Seplow. I'm lurking. Interesting. I'm editing a project shot by someone else on a Blackmagic camera, and it's painful trying to do the color correction on the camera. No merch needed. Thank you. I kind of agree with you there. I don't mean to harp on them. There's just something weird and odd, and I guess the more appropriate term would be inherently difficult in Blackmagic color grading. I don't know what it is, which is weird because they own Resolve. They have the king of color grading. It's weird. Still here. I guarantee I'm too big for any of the merch you'll end up to start with, though. I'm a big guy. I'm huge. My dog's huge too, but I mean, I've gained some of my weight back. Thank you, COVID. I mean, I'm still 250 pounds. I was down to 244 or 242, but ever since I found those low carb tortillas, yeah, we've been having fajitas a lot. So what's your portable van life lighting setup? Oh man, yeah. So I already did it once in my previous van, but honestly, I will probably carry with me the P300C, the 300D Mark II, and all four of my MCs, which are down here on the floor charging. Those four light, number one, let's give it up to the MCs for putting magnets on the back, because if those aren't the best lights for camping ever, because you just stick them to the van. We were going to shoot in the middle of Colorado, and we never did because it started to rain. Or I was going to put all four of the MCs on the van spaced out and have them all on fire effect in individual randomness so that we could sit and shoot ourselves to show off how great that was. And I was like, you know what? We could just do it here. I mean, I have a forest. I can do it. Yeah. Ollie says, Phil, better be careful. Someone may dig up some photos of him wearing a hat in the Red forums from 6 years ago. That is oddly specific, Ollie. That is oddly specific. Yeah, honestly, the MCs, if you're going to buy any light and like your limited budget, buy an MC. If you're going to have a little more budget, buy two MCs. If you're going to have a little more budget, buy four MCs. And then from there, you can look at the 300X, 300D Mark II, or the P300C. But those MCs are incredible lights. They really are. Yep. Okay. Seven Wall says, yeah, my Pava tubes don't stick well. Also want them for DMX. The tubes don't have that either. You know, Seven, these quasars, which, you know, are, if you follow me on Facebook, which I already know you do, I mean, they're right here on the floor still where they've been, where I took the picture. So now you know where I took the actual photo of the items for actual sale. But okay, we have been going for 4 hours, that's pretty phenomenal. And I have to say that the internet has worked. I think, does everybody agree that the internet has worked for guests? So let me line up some guests, because I had, oh, there goes Seven. Ha! What's the price point between 8 MCs or 12 for the Nova? I would say, honestly, if you go past 4 MCs, then you need to start looking at other lights. Not because of the what they can do, but because of the value. So 4, it's hard to tell what 4 lights can do versus 8, but output punch from the P300C. So you get it. But yeah, this has been a pretty successful live stream. I've got a lot of DPs who've reached out to me, some really cool ones, who would like to do some live streams, and I would like to have them on. And I feel like we kind of can get away with it now. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and sign this one off because I'm actually hungry and I need to do 10-1. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, let me just close it. As always, if you have any questions or comments, do put them in the comment section down below to try to read and respond to each and every one, even just to say thank you. Also, remember to subscribe, like, give me a thumbs up, and share with all your friends. Remember to hit that subscription bell notification because we do these live streams and we want you to be a part of it. Also, if you want to support me in any way, you can send me a direct donation through PayPal. That is the easiest and simplest, and it's honestly more fun for me. And also Amazon. If you want to buy on Amazon, please use the links down below because it really does help a little bit. I mean, it buys my margaritas, but I greatly appreciate it. And as always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. Did y'all know when I first created that phrase, I used to get it backwards all the time. I mess it up all the time. But yeah, I just got to go 20 seconds because I got to put the end thing on the end. So I'll just talk.